Good morning, everyone, and welcome to another edition of Sports Talk with the Guys, home of the Money Quarterbacks on Saturday. Uh, it is Saturday, March 23rd. Sorry for being a couple of minutes late. I was having a little bit of trouble connecting, and hopefully, my compatriots will join me soon. Uh, the scorekeeper may or may not be able to join us today. He is having some personal issues and may or may not be here. But uh, as I said, hopefully our other co-host will join us soon. But as of right now, it is 50. I am, of course, in downtown. I'm in Riverside, California. It is 52 degrees, cloudy, going to a high of 60 degrees today with a 50% chance of rain. So hopefully you guys are doing much better, and we will see what's happening. Um, I actually was expecting um, Almighty to be here. I thought he was the one starting this, so I apologize uh, for being late. One second. So hopefully you guys all had a I had a great week. Sorry, doing a couple of things. Today is, as I said, March 23rd. So today in sports history, in 1946, Oklahoma State wins the second straight NCAA men's national championship, beating North Carolina 43-40 in the title game. In 1948, Kentucky wins their first NCAA basketball title, defeating Baylor 58-42. In 1957, excuse me, folks, I am so sorry. In 1957, North Carolina beats Kansas 54-53 in triple overtime to win the NCAA men's basketball tournament. Kansas's Wilt Chamberlain is named the tournament's most outstanding player despite not playing for the winning team. That, of course, almost never happens in the NBA. It's only happened once when Jerry West was given the MVP when they lost to the Boston Celtics in 7 games. Um, that's pretty disparaging. I mean, to know that you're the MVP and you look at that award for the rest of your life knowing you're the MVP but you lost. Anyways, the rest of sports history. In 1963, Loyola of Chicago wins the 25th NCAA men's basketball tournament, defeating Cincinnati 60-58 in overtime. And in 1968, UCLA wins their second straight NCAA men's basketball championship, beating North Carolina 78-55. In 1974, NC State ends UCLA's streak of 7 consecutive NCAA men's championships, defeating the Bruins 80-77 in double overtime in the semifinal round of the tournament. In 1991, the World League of America's football debuts with London beating Frankfurt 24-11. 1994, Wayne Gretzky becomes the National Hockey League's all-time leading scorer with 802 career goals. Excuse me. In 2002, the Detroit Red Wings forward Brendan Shanahan scores his 500th goal. Also in 2002, Iowa State's Cale Sanderson becomes the first undefeated four-time NCAA wrestling champion, beating Lehigh's John Tenge 12-4 to win the 197-pound division title. With a win, Sanderson his career record with 159-0. Incredible. In 2007, Kobe Bryant becomes the second player in the NBA history to score 50 or more points in 4 straight games. And last but not least, in
What
2010, the NFL changes its overtime
is
rule
going on
for
here?
playoffs so that each team has the
Hello?
opportunity to get the ball. And he is here.
Oh, for God's sake.
Uh, your, can you hear me okay, Whitey?
All right, I got everything going here.
Yeah, but I'm not hearing you on my through my. I'm hearing you on my device, but not in my ear. But
Oh,
can you hear me okay?
yeah, I had to reconnect my speakers for a second. I mean, I've been having some issues here, so I mean that's why I'm late.
Oh no. I'm just saying if you can hear me okay because
I can hear you.
I'm not hearing you in my earpiece. I'm hearing you
Oh,
through my device. So if you could stay on and talk for maybe 20 seconds, I'm
20
gonna go and find out
seconds.
why I'm not connected. So I
All
will
right.
be back very shortly.
All right. I will stay on for 20 seconds. And while I have 20 seconds, I would just like to welcome everybody. I'm sure as Big Dog has done to Sports Talk with the guys and gals and peoples. And I don't know what he was chatting about because I couldn't hear him there for a while. But I will say that I don't know what he's talking about. So all I know is that I have uh real quick here, just well, real quick. Gronk has thrown down the gauntlet for Fox to hire Bill Belichick, and I don't know. And for some reason, Gronk thinks that if Fox would hire Belichick, it would be fun. And fun is not one of those words that you associate with Belichick. So I don't know what he means by having fun.
Gronk is all about fun. He's the Mr. Fun guy.
Yeah, well, not Belichick. So I mean,
That is very true.
I'm just saying, like I said, Belichick. But that's what he was getting at. I don't think Fox has said anything. Belichick has not. The only real offer Belichick has, as we all know, is from Peyton Manning and his Omaha production company. But I just think Belichick is just waiting things out. He didn't get a coaching job, so he's probably right now spending time with his family, working on that, getting that kind of done. Maybe,
Um,
but him, I don't know. He's unusually, I guess it's unusual for Belichick to be so tight-lipped about things that he's doing, but I don't know. Anyway, I mean, the Belichick stuff keeps happening, rumors, whatnot.
oh yeah, I think the Belichick rumors are going to continue until he actually gets a job or he says, "I'm not." I don't want to do anything. I'm done with football or something like that. And even then, I don't think it'll stop.
No, no. So
It's just
I mean, okay, go ahead, Big Dog.
I was going to say just like when Phil Jackson left the Lakers, and pretty much retired. We heard Phil Jackson's name for a couple of years, and even though now he's been retired for 15 years or whatever it's been, we still hear his name pop up every so often.
Yeah, that's true.
So
But I don't think Belichick has 15. Oh, he might have 15 years, but I'm just saying. I don't know how old Phil Jackson is, so I don't know.
well, Phil's probably in his 70s, but the problem is he's got that really bad back. He's had multiple back surgeries, and uh, when they did the Kobe Bryant statue thing um, just a couple of months ago, and he showed up, he could barely walk up to the stage. You could tell it seemed like it was really painful for him to walk.
Yeah, I haven't seen him try to do any shenanigans like walking around stuff like that.
I
Uh,
think I think I think Genie wore him out.
Probably. So, what were you talking about before I came up? Before I could when I couldn't hear you?
Oh, I was just going through sports history,
Oh, sports history.
kind of keeping up the Roger thing.
Oh, well, real quick then, I'll do weather here. Northeast Ohio is 32 degrees and overcast. So, keeping with
Lucky.
keeping with the Roger thing, I'll do weather. I did weather for my area, so I just thought that would be kind of cool.
Yeah, I did weather also. It's the hell was it? 50 degrees already?
That's not bad. I mean,
Let's see.
well, I mean,
50, yeah, 52 degrees and cloudy and going up to 60 with a 50% chance of rain.
oh, okay,
We have rain on the horizon once
okay,
again.
that's cool. That's cool. I'm just saying, I had the weather all queued up, ready to go. I mean, I'm thanks for covering for me while I was trying to get all this stuff trying to figure. I couldn't get my background for. I had fun with my speakers and trouble with my camera because anyway, I was just having a hard time there. But I'm not. I'm glad that someone was here while I was goofing off trying to fix crap. So
and it was funny too because I was having problems too connecting. So I don't know. Maybe it was Facebook. Maybe it's Facebook or something or
I
StreamYard.
I don't know. Like I said, I couldn't. I untangled a bunch of cords last night, and I couldn't. So I must have did something with my settings. So I had to reset all
Nah.
my settings and crap like that, and that's what was happening. And then I couldn't get my virtual background to work. So I mean, well, I'm just going to use. But anywho, so yeah, the Belichick was I was going to lead off with. I don't know where else you were going to go. I mean,
Well, I was thinking we talk we talk about the big hot topic right now. Mr. Face of Baseball is, could be in deep shit, but we're not sure. Mr. Shohei Otani and his wonderful interpreter.
yeah, but what I guess wasn't it just his interpreter that got in trouble, not Otani?
Well, at first, it's a whole cluster. Um, when it first came out, it was the interpreter being fired because they found out that money was being that supposedly money was being stolen, and then maybe about 6 8 hours later, the guy was saying it's because he had a gambling problem, and Shohei covered his losses to help him get out of the problem. Um, and then like a few more hours later, it comes out that it was to the tune of $4.5 million.
Yeah, I saw the number, and I
Yeah,
was thinking that
that's
is
a lot.
that is a lot of gambling. So I mean, I'm trying to figure out. So was he taking money from Otani? Because how does an interpreter make $4.5 million?
No, it was all from Otani. But what he was saying at first was Otani gave me the money to cover the gambling debts. In $500,000 increments is what it was.
Uh,
And then Otani's lawyers, either the following day or late that night when it came out, said no, he's lying. Otani had no idea what was going on. And they made the fact to say that Otani doesn't bet, doesn't like betting, and never goes to casinos at all, or sporting places at all.
all right.
So they're putting it all on the guy. And then I guess the following day, the interpreter admits that he took the money from Otani without Otani's knowledge. But everybody now is raising flags saying, how can you miss $4.5 million and not notice? And I'm just thinking, people get scammed all the time, and when you're making that kind of money, he's making literally millions tens of millions of dollars every year from endorsements. You know, I don't know if the guy saw, one day looked over Otani's shoulder, saw his password, and or whatever. But this whole thing is tied into one guy here in SoCal. He's being investigated by the FBI for illegal gambling. And he was running an illegal gambling place, and all his the losses that Otani's interpreter had were from there. So
I guess
um,
that was my question too. It didn't sound like this guy was a legal bookkeeper. I mean, bookmaker.
yeah,
Wasn't
yeah.
like he was
So
betting with sports talk, like sports book or whatever the heck they're all called, whatever. But
yeah, so no, so he was betting with this guy, and kept getting losses. So the losses kept piling up, and till
I
finally he
guess.
needed the money. Till he finally needed the money. Of course, bookies only let you get away with it so much before they finally say, okay, you gotta settle your debt.
Well, I'm saying that was way past due.
Yeah,
I mean, where do you draw the line? Well, he's at $1 million. Let's just let it keep riding.
yeah.
Maybe the
So
bookmaker thought he was making the bets with Otani. I mean, Otani's knowledge is why he would let him ride so
could
far.
could be. As of right now, everybody. Oh, right now the FBI has already stepped in. So the FBI is investigating this whole thing. Um,
Wow.
I take it back. A federal agency is investigating. I'm assuming FBI because I guess ESPN and a couple of the local radio stations here talked to like the DA, the LA police department, sheriffs, and stuff like that, and they say they have no investigations open right now pertaining to Otani or the interpreter. And when they asked, uh, I guess people at the federal level, are you investigating Otani? And they say, or the interpreter, their answer is no comment. So everybody's assuming that it is of someone at the federal level, which should be probably either the FBI or damn it, I can't think of the the guys who print the money. I can't remember who.
What's
I
that?
forgot what agency. The people that print money.
Oh,
The
the
government
treasury.
that the Treasury. Thank you. So it's either the Treasury Department or the FBI that's investigating
Well, that
this.
would be Secret Service,
Yeah. So
and I'm sure the IRS would want their cut too.
yeah,
So
yeah.
probably a lot of people getting involved on it. The headline I saw was that the Dodgers fired him. So was he a Dodger employee or an Otani employee?
Yes, he was a Dodger employee, just like he was with the Angels. He was an Angel employee.
Okay, so somehow as a Dodger employee, he was able to get into a Tony's account. Is that what you're saying? To get
Well,
that kind
yeah,
of money?
because it's the same interpreter that he's had since he's been here with the Angels. So this is a,
Well,
a
just say they
guy
were
that,
friends.
yeah, it's a guy that he's been with at least 8 years or so, maybe a little bit longer. So they're very close friends because of course they have to travel together. So
Yeah,
they became I guess you could say they became best friends. Um,
besties.
and I don't know because I don't give my best friends my PIN number. So,
Oh no, that's
but
true.
then this, but then this is the Japanese culture, though. Where you're very trusting to your friends and family and stuff like that. So, I don't know if he saw it accidentally. Maybe one time Otani gave it to him, to buy dinner, or, whatever. So he might have had it and then started getting behind on his gambling and maybe just like, oh, I'll just cover this. Oh, Shohei never noticed,
I know
type of thing. It's getting really weird.
it is.
Uh, and everybody's saying that there's a double standard because when it happened to Bauer and Urias, that even though they were accused without being charged, they were immediately suspended. And they're saying, well, why isn't Otani being suspended till the investigation is over? You're put like on administrative leave where you still get paid, but you can't play. And the NBA, the NBA, the Major League Baseball has already come forward and said, well, in the cases of Urias and Bauer, and I forgot the other guy, it was because those were spousal abuses or physical abuse, and that we have no tolerance for, period. Whereas for Otani, he hasn't done anything, and there have been no charges, so we can't suspend him for the fact that he might have been involved in some sort of betting. So
Right. Okay.
yeah, it's a big mess right
I'm
now.
just saying that's a lot of cash not to know you don't have.
Well,
I
like I
mean,
said, I mean, if you, yeah, it is a lot of money. See, but I don't know. For rich people, I mean, do they check their bank accounts regularly? I mean,
well,
it's
I am.
when you're on that
Look,
kind of a level where you're making 20-30 million dollars a year in endorsements plus your baseball salary. Do you notice? And you probably don't do it yourself anymore. You have an accountant,
well,
or
that's what
maybe
I'm saying. Wouldn't your
yeah,
accountant have to notice that as well? That there's, I don't know. It just
unless
seems
unless the interpreter was the accountant.
like, I don't think so. I don't know. It just seems like it all come out in the wash. And so was he betting on football, baseball, or don't they know? Or didn't they say
Uh,
what he was betting on?
I believe they said. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I believe they said. I think they said like soccer, British soccer,
Oh my gosh.
stuff like that. So
All right.
um, let me see. Uh,
That is very
oh, Tiny betting. Yeah, it's getting really fishy. So
yeah, I don't know. I mean I think did you post that in or was that anime girl that posted that? Anime girl posted that, didn't she, in
uh
the chat?
no, I did.
Oh,
I
you
did.
did?
Yeah,
Okay,
because I
well,
was as soon as I saw it, I was like, holy crap.
yeah. Well, anyway, I don't know. It
All right, here we go. Shohei Otani's lawyers say the Dodgers superstar has allegedly been the victim of a massive theft, reportedly accusing his now former interpreter Ippy Mizuhara of taking funds from Otani into use for illegal gambling. They say at least 4.5 million in wire transfers were sent from Otani's bank account to a California bookmaker who is under federal investigation. Mizuhara, Otani's longtime interpreter and friend, was fired by the Dodgers on Wednesday. It says Mizuhara spoke with ESPN earlier in the week, originally claiming on Tuesday that Otani was paying off his gambling debts. He then changed his story later that day to say Otani was unaware of the payments. Mizuhara, who has been working with Otani for more than 6 years, was in Seoul, Korea with Otani and the Dodgers as they opened the Major League Baseball season against Padres this week. Um, Mizuhara claimed to ESPN that he never bet on baseball. Diane Bass, a lawyer for the alleged bookmaker, backed that claim to the Associated Press, uh, as sports betting is not legal in California, though the illegal gambling of any sport violates Major League Baseball rules. Mizuhara's problems mounted on Thursday when ES reported that Otani's representative had asked law enforcement to investigate the alleged theft. Additionally, the AP has reported that the Internal Revenue Service, just like you said, the IRS wants theirs, says Mizuhara and the alleged bookmaker are now being investigated by the agency. So now we have the Treasury or FBI and the IRS It says the Dodgers are aware of media reports and are gathering information, said a spokesman in a statement late on Wednesday. The team can confirm that Mazahara has been terminated and have no further comment at this time. Now, the lawyer's accusations, it says the bookmaker named by the LA Times as Matthew Bauer of Orange County reportedly surfaced in the federal investigation along with Otani's name. The Times was reportedly investigating the matter that caused Otani's lawyers to look into the situation to discover the alleged theft by Mizahara. Bauer's home was raided by federal agents last year. The same prosecutors have been investigating a large gambling operation in the area, one that even roped in former Dodgers. Oh God, Yasiel Puig. Boy, that's he's crazy. Though it is unclear the two men are formally related. In the course of responding to recent media inquiries, we discovered that Shohei has been a victim of massive theft and are turning the matter over to authorities. A spokesman for Burke Brettler Law Firm told CBS Sports on Wednesday. Bauer's lawyers told CBS Sports Mr. Bauer has had absolutely no contact with Mr. Otani. Spoken for the U.S. Attorney's Office in LA declined to comment. It says that Mizahara originally offered a different explanation in an interview, claiming that he asked Otani to cover his debts, which were totally reported to be $4.5 million. Mizahara had previously had placed bets via DraftKings and assumed bets placed through Bauer were legal. Obviously, he wasn't happy about it and said he would help me out and make sure this never would happen again, Mizahara said. He decided to pay it off for me. I want everyone to know Shohei had zero involvement in betting, and I want people to know I did not know this was illegal. I learned my lesson the hard way and will never do sports betting again. Says then, according to ESPN, Mizahara changed his story later that day, claiming that instead that Otani had no knowledge of his gambling debts and Otani had not transferred the money to the bookmaker's associate. Mizahara claimed to ESPN that he never gambled on baseball and instead bet on international soccer, the NBA, the NFL, and college football. The Dodgers spokesman told the outlet that Mizahara met with the team, blah, 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 and told the players and told everyone that he had a gambling addiction. With Mizahara fired, Dodgers manager Will Earton is now serving as Otani's temporary interpreter, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. On Thursday, a source close to Otani gave an explanation for the changing storyline. As Otani's handlers tried to determine what had happened, they initially relied solely on Mizahara, who continued to translate for Otani. It says Major League Baseball has now been gathering information since they learned about the allegations involving Shohei and Mizahara from the news media. It says earlier today, our department, Major League Baseball said this, our Department of Investigations began a formal process investigating the matter. Could Otani face punishment? It says, per Major League Baseball, no employee is allowed to gamble on baseball or softball, otherwise known as diamond sports. They are permitted to legally gamble on other sports, as Mizahara claimed they did, but there is a pertinent rule to this incident. And it says, quote, any player, umpire, or club or league official or employees that place bets with illegal bookmakers or agents for illegal bookmakers shall be subject to a penalty as the commissioner deems appropriate in light of the facts and circumstances of the conduct. Any player, umpire, or club or league official or employee who operates or works for an illegal bookmaking business shall be subject to a minimum 1-year suspension. Okay, so baseball. Because Otani is not currently facing discipline, Major League Baseball officials told The Athletic, but they are monitoring the situation and plan to gather facts. Wow. Yeah, this is a whole. This thing just goes on and on and on. Jeez.
It's
Yeah, this is.
well, you covered it all, and I don't know. I don't have anything to add because I don't. Not everything's out yet.
Wow.
Even though that was a lot to go over, big dog. It
Yeah.
still seems there's a lot more to that. Because we have to wait till all these agencies come out with their findings, and I'm just
I mean,
saying, $4.5 million for an interpreter is a lot of money.
oh yeah, definitely. And I do NBC here in SoCal was covered it also, and they were saying that it was nine different transfers, wire transfers of $500,000 each. So that's the 4.5 million. But they didn't say how long over what span it was. So
Okay.
but still, I mean, you're right. I mean, 4.5 million is 4.5 million. But if Otani comes out clean on this one, that let's say he did not know anything, then of course the other questions are going to raise up, which is exactly what you were saying. How can you not notice $4.5 million missing, even if it's $500,000 at a time? That's a chunk of change. And you know, if when you're that big a star, you have a financial person taking care of the day to day stuff, so that of
Right.
course they have access to your account. And unless it's Masawa, then how did his financial person not notice? You know, $4.5 million missing. So it's a big old.
I
I
know.
remember. Yeah, I remember back in the day when Kareem was still playing and he sued his financial guy because the guy was embezzling from Kareem, and Kareem didn't know. And that case was different because it was his actual financial guy, and he was embezzling from Kareem. It was weird. He was embezzling from Kareem to to help out other players who were having money problems. It was really weird. Anyways, he took Kareem for about $6 million or so. This is back in the '80s, so that was a ton of money. That would have been like 20 or 30 million in today's money. So I
Yeah.
remember that.
Yeah. But
I don't
then
know.
the guy had uh, off the financial dude. Well, then he has access to your money.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. In that situation, I can understand how Kareem didn't know
Mm.
because it was his own financial guy that he trusted and got screwed over. But in this case, it's like, okay, well, Izahara was just the interpreter, or was the interpreter and was he his money handler,
I don't know.
or
Don't
you
know.
know,
But the Indians had a player, Manny Ramirez, back in the '90s,
oh, Manny Ramirez, yes,
and I remember after the fact, or after the he was left the team or whatever he did, they were talking about that he would leave game checks in the glove compartment of his car
I've heard that.
because
Yeah,
he didn't really like. So I mean, but that was Manny Ramirez. So
yeah,
he played for the Indians long enough for okay, that made sense for Manny Ramirez. But I'm just saying that I mean, if a player like that would leave game checks, for hundreds of whatever, for
yeah,
thousands of dollars, it could happen. But we're talking, I don't know. It's going to be an interesting thing as this goes forward, and
yeah, and
I
and we'll
hope
see.
that Otani has nothing to do with any of this crap. I mean,
Yeah,
but missing 500 G's. I don't know how long in between these withdrawals were, but you know, I don't know. Still 500 grand, no matter how many millions you're making, someone would have to notice that. Wait a minute, $500,000. No, what's this for? So once again, I mean, I guess was
yeah,
this to pay off debt or was it to place bets?
it yes.
For both. Okay,
Yeah.
both. All right. Well, you said to pay off debt, but I didn't
Well,
know to pay off debt. But
I believe he was paying off his losses. I guess once they mounted to like 500,000, the
he'd have
bookmaker probably said,
he'd have to.
"Hey, I need a payment. I need you to settle."
They cut me
So
off. They cut me
yeah,
off at 500 G's. It's like, okay, it
so
must be nice to have that kind of credit where you can bet
well,
$500,000.
I'm pretty sure Mizuhara was probably telling the guy, "Hey, Otani will cover." You know,
Yeah,
I'm Otani.
or just drop his name.
Yeah, you've seen me in all the interviews. I'm the guy that's Otani's interpreter. I talk for Otani.
Yeah.
There's just,
Where-
there's no disputing that. So I have no, I can get that money, no problem. He'll cover
Or
it,
the
blah blah
gambler's
blah.
just thinking Otani will cover it to keep his guy out of trouble.
Yeah, yeah.
He's
Especially with
thinking
that.
the same thing too. He's thinking, you know what? Otani will cover to keep his man or his friend out of trouble, keep him from getting some broken legs or whatever.
And the fact too, probably the Japanese culture, where you would help out the person if you have the money. So, um,
Yeah, I see what you're saying, and well, you dropped that article, and it's like, oh my god. At first, I thought it was Otani, but then we saw it was. Then I thought, okay, it's the interpreter, and so I don't know, but he looked like he was betting at all sports he could get his hands on.
pretty much everything except baseball. I mean, he was smart enough not to do that.
Yeah,
Um, and and what makes it even worse was the timing of this, because since they were in Korea playing baseball against the Padres, now that they've flown back, they don't play again till next week. So I think they play next Wednesday or next Thursday. So they have all this time off. So everything's hitting the fan, and it's snowballing because they're not playing baseball, and all they're going to do is talk about this.
yeah. Well, you're also hitting a cold spot. I mean, what else is going? I mean, yeah, okay. March Madness started Thursday.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, that's March Madness, but we're talking
And,
about a gambling
yeah,
thing, and we're talking about Otani too.
and the fact too, it's the beginning of March Madness, so it's not, people don't get hyped up usually till you get the Sweet 16. NBA is winding down. Football is in the off season.
Yep.
Hockey's getting ready to pretty much end their season. So
Yeah,
everything's on.
they're all
You're right.
winding down.
Yeah, everything's winding down. So right now, Otani's the hot button.
Oh,
And now we get,
because he's one. Okay, he's the best player in baseball. I mean, he's a dual threat, or he was.
yeah, yeah.
So yeah, his name is going to garner is going to be the hot button.
Especially
So
the fact that he just signed a $700 million contract
right,
too.
and plus, and look at it this way too. I mean, free agency has wound down last week,
Yeah,
so I mean,
yeah.
really, there's nothing really going on. And plus, we just started March Madness. We're not even into the thick of things yet. I mean, we're still on the play-in part of it, kind of, for the
Yeah,
March Madness, right?
yeah, exactly. And
So
and and another thing too. Let's see how this affects his play when the Dodgers do start playing again next week. All this mounting pressure. No matter how
the
tough you
season
are.
does start next weekend. So
Well, no, the
or
season's already
whatever.
started. But for the Dodgers, because of their travel, they gave them and the Padres a week off.
Oh,
Because
okay.
isn't the season started already? I could have,
I
well,
didn't
maybe
think so.
not.
It doesn't start till the end. The week ending, the weekend, or the next week.
So baseball, so they're the only teams then that have started the season.
But
Let
why
me
would they
see.
have started? Really? Oh,
Yeah, because I think these games counted. Yeah, the Dodgers and the Padres are 1-1. So the two
okay.
games that they played in Korea counted as the regular season openers.
All right.
And then I guess next week everyone starts.
Okay.
So, you know, um, yeah, I mean the whole now these guys have an entire week, to just jump on. All the reporters have to have a week to jump on Otani, so I mean, so he just
Yeah.
got married, so he has a marriage because everybody wanted to know who the wife was. No one knew who the wife was, and now this gambling situation is on it. You know,
I
yeah,
I was not. I mean, I saw it, and like I said, and the interpreter, and it's. I didn't know, and I saw the big number, and it's like I said, and it's. But
good
now
morning,
we've got
Aisha.
a lot of government agencies involved, so who knows how it's all going to come out. You still got. Did you say the U.S. Attorney General? And then you're probably going to have the state attorney general hop in.
Yeah, well, the federal attorney general issued a no comment.
Oh,
So they're
oh yeah,
probably,
yeah,
yeah, so they're getting ready with that no comment. You know, so that means they're there. The IRS is already on it, which you called right off the bat before I even read it. You know, you're like the IRS is going to want their cut.
yeah. It's a lot of money. That's
Yep,
50%. That's 50% territory right there.
yep, and
They're going to want to clear 2.25 million.
especially too, since it's associated with a gambling ring, so you know they want
Yeah,
their cut of that gambling ring
yeah.
money.
Well, remember, even when gambling was illegal, you still had that line on your gambling that said on your tax
Mhm.
form that said, gambling winnings. Even if
Yeah,
like you're supposed to claim your winnings there. Hello, Alicia or Anime Girl, how you doing?
yeah. I
Welcome to the chat
remember.
room.
I remember going to Vegas and when there were still some Rite Aids in Vegas, and we do a remodel or help them out or whatever. And of course, when you walk in Vegas, the slot machines are actually in the front of the store. You know, every retail store, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, they all had at least 10 to 20 slot machines at the front,
Wow.
and people are playing it. But it's funny, above every single slot machine, it says uh, winnings of $1,200 or more, you must fill out the IRS form, and it even so it's warning you saying don't exceed, or it was kind of telling you to cash out at 11.99 or less,
Well, yeah.
so you don't have to pay the federal taxes.
Well, you're still supposed to pay them, but yeah, I see what you
Well,
mean.
yeah,
Well, that's just
but
like now where you have, if you deposit more than 10 G's in your bank account, they got to notify the IRS.
yes,
But just
yeah.
so now you've got to make sure you just put in $9,999.99. But
I would not cut it that close. I do like maybe 8,000.
no, but still, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, because
yeah.
I've had someone say, well, yeah, but don't make them separate checks. They add up to that amount of money because they don't want to have that
Yeah,
reported to the. But anyway, we'll see. Like I said before, and I guess that is a hot button right now because,
yeah,
like you
because there's nothing
said,
else going on. Yeah,
yeah, nothing's going on, and geez, I don't know.
yeah. It's a mouthful.
But yeah, that's just before the baseball season starts too. I mean, it's not like we're in the thick of things. It's like I'm sure Major League Baseball does not want this stuff going on just before opening day either. So I mean, yeah, I don't.
Yeah, so they're probably trying to push the government to hurry their investigation, whereas probably the government is saying it's going to take how long it's going to take. We're not rushing anything. We don't care who you are,
Yeah. Oh well.
because I'm pretty sure if they can tie, like, the interpreter to the illegal gambling thing that was already being investigated on. I mean, they're probably trying to mount more of a case against the guy in Orange County that was running the illegal ring than anything else. It probably helps. It's probably helping that inquiry. Good morning, anime girl. How are you?
Good morning. I'm fine.
Good
How are you
morning,
two gentlemen?
gentlemen.
We are doing
Gentlemen.
quite well so far.
Oh, I'm so glad. So glad.
Yeah, I see
was
what you're doing
rather
there, big dog.
I was rather late in rising, had lots to do and forgot the time. Came in and looked at the clock and thought, oh bum.
Not a
Well,
problem.
you're
We
fine.
seemed everyone. We were having a little bit of technical difficulties. I came in at 6:02, so and Almighty followed me like a couple of minutes later.
Yeah,
But
I was
we've been,
having difficulty too with some of my settings for my speakers and mics and crap, and but I was feeling
Yeah.
really bad because I said I was going to start the show. I mean, I was going to do the show. I didn't know who was going to join me, but I just thought I posted it yesterday saying I'll set it up, and then I'm late. It's like, oh crap.
Well, I've been having problems here as well. That's why I didn't jump straight in. My other monitor here just didn't want to play. And I thought, well, that's
yeah.
no bloody good to me. I need it to work, because if it don't bloody work, I'm screwed. So, oh,
Uh-oh.
hello.
They're
Who's
coming
getting
for you,
raided?
Almighty.
Yeah, they are. They always are.
They
Never
they
dull
figured out
moment
that
here.
they figured out you're Tani's interpreter.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
Even though I don't
What
know
is
any
it? What is it they
Japanese, but
say
I
over
guess.
there? Hands against the wall and spread them.
Yep.
Yep.
There you go.
I've been
So what has the Otani situation filtered over to England? Are you guys hearing about that kind of stuff, or
Yeah, I was reading all about that actually, the Otani business with the interpreter with all that money. I'm thinking, wow,
yeah,
that kind of leaves Otani in the poop. I mean, between that and him showing the picture of his wife, who's
yeah?
very nice looking, but yeah, I was thinking, bloody hell, mate, you dropped yourself right in the cart there. But we
So
shall
so
see.
I don't know if you heard us speaking about it earlier. We're trying to figure out how if Otani is not involved in this and he is truly, was truly oblivious to this happening. We're just trying to figure out how do you not notice $500,000 chunks of money, coming out of your account.
Well,
And I was thinking, is it that he's making so much money he's not really keeping an eye on his finances? Or does he have a financial guy taking care of it? And if he does, then why didn't the financial guy notice?
well,
You
you'll
know?
probably find, and don't quote me on this, but
Hmm.
looking at the way the Japanese culture works,
Yeah, see?
you probably find that Otani himself would not look after the money.
Yeah,
That would fall to an accountant.
yeah,
Now, had Otani simply said to the accountant that the interpreter is entitled to X amount of money per annum
yeah.
or whatever,
Hmm.
then the accountant would automatically adjust all the accounts there too for whatever the
Yeah,
the interpreter put in, because a lot of the Japanese way of working is trust.
exactly.
You trust the person that you are working with. Um, as a kohai, you trust your senpai, which is
Okay.
the lower one
Yeah.
would trust
Hmm.
the upper one, and it works the other way. The senpai would always trust the kohai if he tells the kohai to do something.
Yeah,
So a lot of what happens although it's very hierarchical, it's also trust upwards and downwards.
yeah.
And
So
you'll probably
yeah,
find that's how,
yeah,
especially if
I,
he's known the interpreter for some time, and
yeah.
it's more than just an interpreter, possibly a family friend or a close friend.
Well,
That
yeah, we're assuming that, and this is what we touched on earlier, because I was saying Japanese culture might play into this,
yeah,
as to why he didn't know. So this interpreter, Mizuhara, he's known for 6 to 7 years,
yeah,
and the thing is, it's a day-to-day thing. So it was every single day they've been together for the
yeah.
last 7 years.
Well, there you go.
So
After
you
that
know,
amount of time, you would turn around, as far as you're concerned,
yeah,
that individual, if he hasn't done anything untoward, is trustworthy. So
yeah,
you would turn around, and if the accountant did say, about this guy, Tiny would probably turn and say, yeah, it's no problem. I
yeah. Don't worry
understand.
about it. Yeah,
Don't worry about it. We'll sort it out. And it's
so,
just sort of like snowballed from there.
yeah. And it was mentioned, or I don't know if it was mentioned in the reports you saw, but NBC here in SoCal did a thing on it yesterday, and they were saying that it was $500,000 wire transfers at a time. So it was nine $500,000 transfers
Yeah.
to the
Over
for
over
the two.
what sort of time period we looking at?
That's what they didn't say over what time period. That's the one thing.
Yes,
But
almighty.
yeah.
I just caught that. Wow, wire transfer. That's wire and mail fraud right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
why.
it's lost the
Yep.
line. Yeah, but then again, you see, if Otani has told the accountant that the interpreter can
Has carte
remove,
blanche. Has carte blanche.
then
Yeah.
as far as Otani is concerned and the accountant's concerned, it's all above
Yeah.
board. What he's using the money for
That's another story. Yeah.
is another story. And Otani would not necessarily realize that the guy's betting on sports.
Yeah.
Right?
So, and they made Otani's lawyers made it a point to say that Otani does not bet, does not like betting, and does not go into any sort of gambling establishments ever. So
That,
that could be preventative, kind of.
that I would find hard to believe because a good proportion of Japanese go into Pinchenko
Yeah,
places on a regular occurrence. And you're telling me when he's
those are
been
crazy.
growing up,
I've seen those plays. Those are crazy.
yeah, you're telling me when he was growing up, he didn't go in there? Yeah,
Yeah.
right. That's kind of like telling me the Americans never had a hot dog or a burger. Don't fly.
Okay.
But it seems as if this is going on. I mean, it's snowballing and raising more questions and more questions.
Well,
You
yeah,
know,
it will. It will. I mean, let's be honest. The Japanese they're not the most open of people anyway.
yes, that is true.
They do tend to play a lot of things close to their chest,
Yep,
you see, and to them, their private life is exactly that. It's
private. Yep,
private. It's got bugger all to do with you, him,
yeah,
her, them, nothing. I mean, these people will get upset and offended if you take a photograph in a public place and they're in that photograph.
yeah,
They will come and ask you to delete the photograph because they
yeah.
don't want their photograph or their image
Out there.
in your
Yeah,
possession. They don't want that. This is why there's a lot of aggravation at the moment in Kyoto, reference the Miko and the geishas, because tourists are
okay.
walking up and clicking photographs. So the Japanese do like their privacy, and
Oh yes, yeah,
their laws over there on, intrusion onto that is
yes,
they're quite strict. So,
yes,
Otani and the accountant and the interpreter, you will probably find they've all got their own individual little bubbles, and
yeah.
none of them
And,
interact.
and it's funny because in all the articles that I've seen, I've looked at CBS, The Athletic, which I need to thank Scorekeeper on. Is The Athletic has a special going on right now. You pay $1 and you get The Athletic for the entire year
Oh, cool.
for a buck. So I did that. So I'm now getting into the Athletic stuff. Everything before was on a paywall, but now that I paid my $1,
You $1.
I get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So ESPN and a couple other places. It's funny. No one has yet to mention an accountant,
Yeah.
and they're only mentioning Otani and Mizuhara, but no one's mentioning like who's the money handler. And
Well,
that was one of the first things that I raised the question
I
of.
mean, it could be that it's not a money handler per se. It could be a company.
It could be a firm, yes.
Yeah, it could be a firm. So you won't have any one individual unless they've
Yeah.
assigned a individual to that account. I mean,
Yeah.
he
No,
he would have to be quite high up in that company.
Yeah.
Because
I mean, I get it, but it's just funny that no one has mentioned it. Even if it's a firm, no one's even mentioned the firm, saying Dewey Cheatham and Howe. I love that one.
Yeah.
Dewey Cheatham and Howe is the accountant for or the financial firm
Oh,
for Otani or whatever.
if it's a Japanese company, it could be rather
Ah,
difficult for anybody stateside to
to find
actually
out. Okay.
interact with them. You see, I mean, they could turn around and say, "Well, what happens in America has nothing to do with how we run the accounts
Yeah.
here in
Here.
Japan."
Yeah.
I mean, the
So
only way that could come into effect is if Otani has an American company looking after his finances
yeah.
in America, and then it transfers over to Japan.
Yeah.
But
And
that is pure speculation on my behalf. But
oh
that's
yeah, no, I totally get that. And you're exactly right, because in all the years that Otani was with the Angels, I pretty much knew nothing about. I mean, because I'm the Angel fan.
mm,
I'm the dummy that follows the Angels.
no
But
comment.
but in all the years that he was with the Angels, very very little was ever
Yeah,
out there about his personal life.
no,
It was
this is
always
the
baseball. It was a tunnel vision thing where it's baseball, baseball, baseball. And if anybody asked him like his dating situation, he would never answer. He'd be next question, you
yeah,
know. So
yeah. Well, as I say, the Japanese, they are
yeah.
very introverted. They do not
Oh
like
yeah.
touching their private life. I mean, they don't even cuddle in
Yeah.
public. Holding hands in public can be, if you're not married, is quite scandalous.
Yeah.
Some
I
Japanese
yeah.
people, especially the older folk, you don't do that. It's a
Oh
no-no. Young girls
yeah.
can wear very short skirts, but do not expose anything sort of like from there up. Don't do it.
Yeah.
You see, it's all their outlook on life is unique. Let's put it that way. And
Yes.
if
It is.
knowing Otani, from what I've heard of him, you will probably find he's kept a lot of his finances and business dealings in Japan, so that should
Yes.
he go home to Japan, he doesn't then have to fuss about trying to get funds released from America
Yeah.
and into the country. It's
Actually,
already there.
that is very true. I believe he has at least 7 sponsorships back in Japan,
Yeah,
not counting the sponsorships he has here.
yeah.
So
And you will probably
yeah.
find that there will be a company probably in Japan that is
Yep.
dealing with the Japanese side of things, and there could be a company over here in America dealing with the American side, but then the Americans every so often have to transfer over to the
Yeah.
Japanese
Yeah.
X amount of dollars because Otani wants it in Japan. He doesn't want it sitting in America.
And Japan, would that be yen?
Yeah,
Okay.
that would be yen. So he would say, for instance, this month I want $5.6 million transferred to Japan.
Yeah.
That 5.6 then gets transferred over
Yeah.
and at that basic rate at that time.
Yeah.
That money then sits in Japan, gaining whatever the Japanese interest rate is. That means if Otani then flies from the States back to Haneda or any airport in Japan and he comes off the plane, he just goes to the bank,
Yeah.
puts his
And
card,
withdraws whatever he needs or whatever. Yeah.
and he's there. He doesn't have to concern himself with phone calls, talking, or the press. The money sat there for him.
Yep.
And this is where those transfers could have slipped under the radar.
Yeah. Okay. So, and like I was mentioning to Almighty, the Dodgers, our opening day isn't for another week. It's Wednesday or Thursday. So this is, and every other sport is winding down. With the basketball only has about 12 games left. Hockey has about 7 games left. We're getting the very beginnings of March Madness, so interest isn't quite there yet.
No, it's still not.
And so right now everything is just a microscope on Otani right now. When this thing hit,
Yeah.
I mean, it blew up,
And
especially here in SoCal.
Yeah, you will probably find that Otani himself is feeling particularly uncomfortable
Oh,
because
big time. Big
because
time.
being Japanese, he will not want to be center of attention
Yep.
because it means stuff that he doesn't want released, as we've spoken before, private life.
Yeah.
Right? He
And,
won't.
and it doesn't. Yeah, and you're right. And it doesn't exactly. It doesn't even have to be scandalous
No.
at all. It's just the fact it's his private life.
Yeah. It's the fact that
And,
to him, it's personal, it's private, and he won't want that out there.
and,
Which
and
is
you're exactly.
why I think he released a photograph of the wife.
Yeah, because everybody was starting to. Yeah.
Yeah, you
And
thought,
the same.
oh look,
And the same thing happened when the one player, I can't think of his name, that gave up his number to Otani, and he switched to 99. And the wife, of course, was behind it. We're doing like an Instagram thing, begging Otani to come, and my husband will give up his number for you, blah blah blah. And Otani was so moved by the fact that she she was doing this to try and get him there, and the husband gave up the number, that Otani gifted her a brand new Porsche.
yeah, well,
and
nice.
and she couldn't believe it, of course. But the thing is, this is of course where the Japanese culture and the American culture are so different.
Oh
she
yeah,
put she put it out everywhere that what Otani did, because she was so moved by the fact that someone did this for her, out of the blue, so to speak. And Otani didn't even want anybody to know about it.
no. This is the thing. You see, the Japanese, when you visit, right? For instance, you and Almighty live, shall we say, 20 miles apart.
Thank you,
right?
Gig.
And you go to visit him today. You take him a little gift.
Yeah.
The following week he comes to you. He brings you a little gift. It's politeness.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's all. It's just politeness. It's just how they are. It takes a lot of people a long time to try and fathom out the Japanese psyche. I mean, I've been doing anime and watching Japanese NHK channel for 2-3 years. No way. They still do things, and I sit there and think, what the hell? Why would you do that?
And you were based in Japan for a little bit, weren't you? Or no?
Hong Kong.
Okay.
Hong Kong. Little distance away. Hong Kong is about, let me think, Hong Kong would be about here, and Japan would be over there somewhere. Quite a distance. But yeah, we've got the whole of China in between, but yeah, I've been in that part of the world.
Yeah.
But, the culture, the Chinese and the Japanese cultures, kind of familiar, kind of similar, but then again, the Japanese have their own quirks.
Yes, and fetishes.
I'm not going there on that one. Oh no.
I saw a couple of documentaries about those like, over with us it'd be a candy machine, but with them, what they put in those machines.
Oh, what, the vending machines?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, over in Japan, anything that you can think of to go in a vending machine can come out. No problem. You want a Star Trek themed vending machine? There's a company in Japan will make it, stock it, and then it's yours.
Yeah, no, I know that kind of stuff, but I'm talking about, I forgot what I was watching. I think it was on Netflix or wherever it was, but they're sex vending machines.
Oh yeah.
And that shocked me. It's hard to shock me.
There's a guy.
But that shocked me.
There's a guy on YouTube, actually, goes by the name of Joey Bazinga, also known as the Anime Man.
Okay.
Him and his girlfriend, Aki, they did one or two little skits on what you can get out of a vending machine.
Yeah.
And they turn around. I mean, Joey, I think, is half Japanese, half Australian, and he turns around and says that some of the crap coming out of those machines, he does not know where they're coming from. Because you've got like a bank of machines, and you think, oh, soda pop, food, and then you see this little gap between the machines, and you think, why? And of course, then you go through the gap, and
And
there's
that's when you
more machines. But it's
then you see the other then you see the other machines.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you get a little plastic bowl, but what's in the little plastic bowl ain't the little plastic man to put together. Oh no. You know, it could be an inflatable individual
Yeah.
or an article of clothing or
I was
something.
just the one I saw was the article of used clothing.
Yes, exactly. There is a thriving trade for that, I believe, in Japan, but I've never actually come
Yes.
across it. But I believe there's a thriving trade for that.
Yes. From what the documentary was saying, there is a extreme
Yeah.
liking to those machines.
Oh, there is. I mean, there's even vending machines that sell alcohol. You can go into these machines, put your money in. I think it's about 400 or 500 yen in this machine, and out comes the sake
Yeah.
or the beer.
Now, my understanding on the pachinko machines.
Oh, pachinko, yeah, they're all in.
But you can't collect your winnings there. You have to. They give you like a ticket or a lottery or like, and then you go right outside the door.
Yeah.
To a booth, and then you turn your tickets in. Then they give you cash, right?
Yeah. Pachinko machine. If say this is my pachinko alley, I can have as many pachinko machines in here as I want, and you can put as much money in those machines as you like. But every time you win, you get a ticket.
Yeah.
Then what they would do is when they'd leave me, they'd walk out of my door, probably either across the street or up the street and into another building, and they hand over the tickets, and then the bloke there would say, well, you can have the money, or you can have this, or you can have that.
Yeah. I thought that was a very smooth workaround to that to that rule.
They have some very weird gambling rules and regulations in Japan.
Yeah.
You know, you think, but it's gambling. But no, it's not. But then you see, if you go in those pachinko holes, it will affect your hearing. You will lose your hearing because because
it's literally wall to wall.
Yeah.
Machine, pachinko machines, and everybody's going at it.
Yeah, you just see rows and rows and rows, and it's just these guys sitting there, and there's all these bloody balls flying all over the joint. What the hell's going on? Again, the anime man. He went to, I can't remember, he went somewhere, I think in the north of the main island, Honshu Island, with Natsuki, a friend of his. And he said to Natsuki, can you play this pachinko? And he went, I used to as a kid. And Natsuki actually showed you how to play pachinko. And he won, I think, he won a bottle of alcohol.
Oh, okay.
So, as you said, some you win, some you lose. You just got to be careful where you go.
Yeah.
Because those pachinko holes aren't as innocent as they appear.
Stuff like that usually is not.
No, you find some very unsavory characters tend to own them.
No, say it ain't so.
Damn, afraid it is. So, anyway, we're not letting Almighty in here. He sat sitting there wondering what the hell's going on. I haven't
he's contemplating all this stuff with Otani. That's why. It's a lot to take in.
I thought he was sitting there contemplating his navel.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get over the used clothes stuff in a vending machine, which is kind of gross. But
but it's extremely popular over there in Japan.
I know, I know, but I'm just saying I did not think it went that far. But
I mean, they even have them. They even have vending machines on certain trains.
The Japanese culture is so strict on the facade of them being so strict, but man, once those doors close, those Japanese are freaks.
Yeah. I mean, they have red light districts where gaijin, that's us, Europeans, Westerners, their red light district, there's Gaijin places, and then there's Japanese only places.
Oh, okay. Did not know
And
that.
that's it. You don't get in, and they get up for all
Okay.
sorts. You don't get in. It's the same as there's little bars in most major cities, and they are strictly Japanese only.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you
I
can
could,
walk in and it's shut us down. No,
yeah. I guess I could see that.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Japanese are freaky people. I mean, they're more freaky than gig.
Well, I don't know. I mean, you say they're freaky people. I mean, I can say
Uh-huh.
there's a few Europeans that I could say are really freaky people
Oh
too.
yeah, but well, what makes it more interesting is because of the culture and how they like I said, the facade,
Yeah,
of them being so strict and they give off that they're uptight when when you see behind the door stuff that goes on. You're like, no, these people are not uptight.
yeah. You know, it's like the Germans. I mean, everybody thinks the Germans have no sense of humor. You want to go to Germany and see what they get up to. Believe you me, sense of humor, you got to have one.
You've heard the story, right, about Robin Williams when he got. I guess he went to Germany and was interviewed there.
No, I might have missed that one.
So Robin Williams goes to Germany, and they're talking to him, and they asked him, and this did not go over well in Germany. They asked him, Mr. Williams, why do you feel that there is no comedy or funny people here in Germany? And there was a slight pause by Robin Williams, and he said, "Well, did you think maybe you killed them all?"
Yeah, I can see that way. Yeah, that would go down like a lead balloon. Yeah.
And pretty much the German interviewer kind of shut down the interview right after that.
Yeah, that would yeah. That's kind of like saying, why didn't you build the Titanic? Because it kind of sunk the damn thing. Yeah, that wouldn't go down well. I can see Robin Williams doing it as well.
Uh-huh.
Why do you think there's no funny people? Well, do you know you may have killed them all? That sort of accent. That's the sort of thing Robin would do.
Exactly. Oh.
Yes, I used to quite enjoy Robin Williams. Yes, especially when he did Mrs. Doubtfire. Yeah.
Oh, that was great.
That was really good.
Do you have any football updates for us? English football.
Updates. No, I do not have any football updates for you at this specific time. There's not a lot on. The women's Six Nations is about to start. That is only upcoming.
Okay.
So that could be an interesting little get together. But football wise, at this precise moment, they're playing sort of like cup matches. So unless you've actually been following that particular, like the European Cups and all the rest of it, you can get kind of lost.
And of course, Russia canceled their friendly. I guess that was happening today or tomorrow because of the shootout that happened there yesterday in the stadium.
Did you see that?
Yeah, that was great. They actually had actual footage where you could see the guy, with the rifle. They would just shoot him, correct?
Yeah. Have you heard the latest about who's claimed responsibility?
Oh no, I haven't. Here it hasn't said anything. So who claimed responsibility?
ISIS.
Oh.
ISIS has claimed responsibility. They reckon that was their guys that went through that.
Aren't the Russians and ISIS on the same side? Kind of, sort of. I mean,
no. ISIS is on nobody's side except their own. Believe you me.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
I mean, they don't give the closest you could get, I suppose, to ISIS in Russia would be when Russia went into Chechnya.
Okay.
Same religious fervor.
Okay. Yeah, no, I hadn't heard that it was ISIS, but that was some crazy footage.
Absolute. how the hell they got everything together is beyond me. I mean, I thought Russia was done up tighter than a bloody drum due to
Yeah,
the
but
security implications with Ukraine going on and what the Ukrainians are doing. I'd have thought the Russians to be up on their game on that sort of thing.
yeah, but when you have the inside man, there has to be an inside man. Like what you said, with Russia being so tight knit and everything clamped down, I don't think this could have been done without someone on the inside helping them out.
Yeah, you'll probably find, as I said, you'll probably find it'll be disaffected Russians from the eastern,
Yeah,
like Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan area.
yeah,
Ones in and around on the borders of Afghan and China.
okay,
And you probably find ISIS has come up through
there.
across the border because Pakistan ain't particularly bothered with what's going on. Taliban are too busy picking on the females population of Afghanistan to worry about who's going through their lands.
Yeah,
So you'll probably find they've made their way up from Syria up through into the eastern parts of Russia, where the local population are not too happy with Mr. Putin, and they've just managed to get there.
yeah. So, out of concern for its citizens, Russia did cancel the friendly.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's about time he did something for the people.
Yeah, no
Instead of getting
kidding.
them killed.
I was surprised too when they said that for the safety of our people. I'm like, yeah, like you cared before.
Yeah, true. That is true. I mean, he's lost several thousands in Ukraine. Not
But
bothered about that.
it's odd because stuff like that happens where they lose people in Ukraine and they just their answer, oh well, it's just when you're at war, those are just casualties that have to happen. But you interfere with a sporting event. Oh my God, no, you can't have that.
Oh no, that's not allowed. That's not that's not allowed. Yeah, I can understand that, but I mean, as I said, with Russia being the way it is, I find that all rather suspicious.
Yeah,
And the fact that ISIS suddenly just turn up out of the blue and say we did that.
yeah. For when you said ISIS, that was the absolute last person I was thinking of, or group.
I mean, I can't understand why ISIS would take a sideswipe at Russia.
Yeah.
They can't even claim anything in reference to Palestinians because the Russians have vetoed all the, everything to do with the Gaza and everything else. So I'm kind of confused on that myself. But that's what they reckoned over here. We got that at about 9:30 this morning.
Oh, okay.
They said, ISIS has claimed responsibility. But there you go.
Yeah, that shooting there, that was like the 7th or 8th thing on the news yesterday. So they didn't put it up very high. The lead-in story yesterday was the guy who hijacked a bus in downtown LA and crashed it into the not the Biltmore. He crashed it into the Ritz-Carlton.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Well, the latest over here on that attack, Moscow concert hall attack. Putin tells Russian the Ukraine is linked to the attack that has killed 133.
Wow.
Kiev has denied any responsibility. Islamic State has claimed it carried out the attack, but again, they've not said why they've carried out the attack.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to hear what they have to say as to why.
Yeah, I mean, besides 133 killed, they reckon there's over 107 remaining in hospital, including 3 children, and these are in critical condition.
So over 200 people were killed or injured. Wow, that That is
Yeah.
one. That's a massive shooting. Jeez.
Yeah. They didn't miss and hit the wall on that one, did they?
No, they did not.
But yeah, this was updated 20 minutes ago.
Okay. Thank you for that.
You're more than welcome.
Hmm.
I do try to see what the news is doing. I mean, I'm
Yes, you
following
do.
the Kate and William story as well to find out what's going on with them.
You know, and the suspicions here was that she had some sort of cancer, and of course, she still has not, revealed what type it is. But the fact that she had abdominal surgery, here the speculation in America is that she has maybe stomach cancer or a bladder cancer. But of
Yeah.
course, as I said, that's just speculation.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And I feel for them because you could tell she's lost a lot of weight, which
Oh
is
yeah.
is,
Yeah. I
is
mean,
indicative.
it's not the easiest thing to go through. That's for sure.
Yeah. Oh
I
yeah,
mean,
definitely.
I wouldn't wish that on anyone.
Same here. And I hope, that she recovers fully from this.
Well, they reckon she's doing fine. So I don't know what they've given her, but they reckon she's holding her own.
Yeah, because over here in the States, the reports were that I guess it was the early stages of cancer is what is the information we got.
Yeah.
So, and King Charles, isn't he also dealing with some sort of cancer, colon cancer or something like that?
Yeah.
Huh.
He's got cancer. Again, we've not officially been told what sort. All
Oh,
we know
okay.
is he's got cancer.
Huh. I wonder
But
if it's
they
something
haven't
that
been specific about what he's got. But again, the
is it.
rumor mill has started that it is something to do with below the waistline.
Okay. So, okay, Ice Princess, no problem. I understand. Hopefully everything goes well. She just sent a
Oh,
message saying
Disney Queen here? Is she not
she
coming up?
just sent me a direct message saying she can't join us. She has a doctor's appointment,
Oh
so
damn.
she will not be able to join us. And of
Oh,
course, we have Gig in the chat room, and I'm not sure where Liz is.
well, she
Man,
did put a message up about she thought it was just going to be her and Almighty, and I sent her one back and said, "Well, don't knock it, girl. It could still end up with you and Almighty, you know." And it's turned out she ain't here. I am. You are, and so's Almighty. So we got
yeah, I'll just have to leave in about a half hour for maybe 45 minutes because I got to go get my daughter. But I'll probably do like what I did last time and be audio only.
yeah.
And of course, we all know what happened with Scorekeeper. He looks like he
I
injured his neck in some sort of accident after taking care of his brother, who had
yeah. He had
a
a
lung
problem with
event.
one of his daughters, I know, didn't he, or something? Yeah,
I'm not sure if his daughter was involved in the accident. Probably she was. Probably driving back. I'm not sure.
yeah.
I
There was
called
something.
him. I called him and he didn't answer, and I left a message because for whatever reason, him saying that he was, what happened to him didn't pop up on my Facebook feed for 17 hours. So I barely
Okay.
found out about it yesterday, probably about maybe 3:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah.
And I
He's not
guess it
having a lot of
happened.
luck, is our Roger, is he?
Yeah, no. Sometimes with Rod, if he doesn't have bad luck, he doesn't have any luck.
Yeah, well, that's true. I know how that feels.
Yeah, I think we all do.
Yeah. Just to let you really sink in about the Balkans, the Ukraine-Russian war live report: fire breaks out at a Russian oil refinery after Kiev drone attack.
Oh, so
So
who
Kiev
have?
managed
I
to
w-
knock 7 barrels of crap out of a Russian oil refinery.
so Russia pissed someone off big time.
Oh yeah.
I mean, not like they don't do all the time, but I mean, it's been pretty quiet where you usually don't hear attacks on Russia.
Yeah. This came in just 38 minutes ago.
Wow.
So they are really kicking 7 barrels of crap out of them. Yeah, you see, we get all this sort of weird and wonderful stuff coming through. You'd be surprised what we get told.
Um, and I wouldn't think so, but Britain surprises me a lot. But as far as March Madness is concerned, does that translate to? Yeah, I didn't think so.
No, no, March Madness, unless you've got what I would classify as the dedicated fan, the
Yeah,
real fanatical type. No, no,
okay,
not really. I mean, even the football, when they get the NFL over here, most of those tickets were sold by the end of the last match last year.
yeah.
And it's the fanatics, the real fan type idiots that
That have to go. Yeah,
I got to be there because I'm this,
yeah.
So for the rest of the country, it's really, what's Madness? What they on about? Don't know. Oh, move on. Yeah, mention cricket, you might get a better reaction.
And of course, football.
Yeah, football, normal football. Yes, you'll get it. But March Madness, no.
Yeah, I didn't think so. And it's pretty much. We are, Tanya. We're having a good morning. We're sorting out the whole Otani situation, trying to figure out what's going on. A lot of conjecture on our parts because it is in the extremely early stages of the investigation.
Well, we moved on from Otani and have been talking about Russia. So,
hey, we transition.
we sure did.
We moved from. I'm trying to sort of drift a little bit of waffle into sports talk, but hey, if you want to go back, feel free.
Well,
just
you
jump
did
on
waffle.
in there.
You two have been waffling for a very long time. It's interesting.
Okay, I get it. I'll just,
I don't mind.
Well,
hey, this
hold
isn't
on,
my.
hold on. Are you ready for this?
But see, Russia, the Russian thing was because they were playing a soccer game, so it was sports related. It just kind of tangented off like we always do.
Yeah,
it was, and it's.
I mean, I get it. I get it. You carry on. I'll sit here in the corner and fester. You two waffle away.
No, you guys are. That's interesting stuff.
We try and bring in something, something different, but it doesn't always work.
So, Anime, do you have a favorite baseball team, or do you even follow baseball?
I don't follow baseball.
Okay.
I've played baseball once or twice. It's a bit like cricket, watching paint dry. Not my favorite idea. And that bloody ball hurts when you hit you. So, no, I don't really like. A cricket ball hits you, it smarts. Baseball hits you, it doesn't just smart. It bloody hurts. No, thank you.
Yeah, baseball. But if it hurts to swing the bat, you got to choke up a little bit.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, it's like skiing. I mean, people say to me, they love skiing. And I think, yeah, but there's easier ways of committing suicide than coming down a hill on 2 planks of wood at 70 miles an hour. And it's a lot less painful. I don't get it.
Ice Princess is saying that Long Island is hosting the Cricket World Cup.
Well, there's a shock.
Yeah.
I didn't even know the Americans played cricket. Mind you, I didn't know the Americans played rugby. To be honest, I thought they took one look at a rugby match and thought, screw that for a game of soldiers. I'm sticking to NFL,
Yeah, I'm kind of shocked too with the Cricket World Cup. Cricket is not very popular here in America, so
no, I wouldn't have thought so. I wouldn't have thought cricket. I mean, 22 guys standing around, basically. Those that are in are trying to stay in, and those that are out are trying to knock those that are in out. Very self-explanatory cricket.
Tanya, Ice Princess says we have a cricket area in the South Bronx.
Yeah, I don't. really classify a shooting range as a cricket area, but you could, you know. I mean, most things in the South Bronx, unless it's got weapons and what have you hanging off the chandelier.
now that's where I was going, because what I was gonna say is having a street fight using wooden sticks is not cricket.
No, not really. No, we tend to burn them. No, you know. Mind you, a cricket bat, you get smacked on the back of the balls.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you're going to join the choiring bleeding vestibule. You ain't going to be around for long.
The cricket bats remind me of the old school, like 70s paddles that they would hit you with in school.
Yeah, it's a little bit thicker though, and a little bit
Yeah.
heavier. Believe
I'll
you
bet.
me. Yeah. I
But
mean,
you're right.
most of the professional cricket players, they get their bats made to a specification for them. So
Okay. I could see that. Yeah. Everybody's different. Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, last week, Almighty and I were talking about Babe Ruth, excuse me, and the fact of how heavy his bat was.
Yeah.
Because most people now use a 28, maybe 30, 32 ounces at the most. And Babe Ruth's bat, I believe, was like anywhere from 48 to 52 ounces.
Yeah.
That's crazy, though. I can't even.
I mean, it's like, cricket over here, I mean, the bat has got to be a sort of like a set length and a set width.
Okay.
But then
Yes,
you've
you
got
did,
left-handers, right-handers, and the way that they hold it and the way that they, some of them, they sweep it. It's all done in a specific way, but it's got to meet certain standards. But
yeah,
such is life. It's like most bat and ball sports. Once you get somebody that knows what they're doing, then you just stay out the way. Let them loose.
Yes, we did, Tanya. If you want to jump in real quick and give your opinion, I don't know if you have anything more. We were just talking about how this is at the very, very beginnings of the investigation, and we really don't know what's going on other than Izahara, his attorney, pretty whether it was given to him or whether he stole it or somewhere in between all that, it was to the amount of $4.5 million in $500,000 increments.
I
That's
would
pretty
be
much what we got.
interested to see how Tanya would go off on that. That is. So, what I saw about that Russian shooting, it's up to 133 dead.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I mean, the first I heard about it too was when Anime Girl mentioned it, so I wanted to check. I mean, it's sad. I mean, I know that it's Russia, but still, it's still people.
Yeah, it's still innocent people that have gone to a theatre to enjoy a night's entertainment, not to start diving for cover because some demented idiots decided that's how they're going to play. I mean no.
And that 133 dead, that's got to be up there as far as like most killed in a sporting event, I guess you would say.
What does that happen at a concert venue? I don't know. Was there something going on? What was going on in the concert venue? A soccer game?
I don't know.
Oh, where the shooting was? Yeah, it was a soccer game.
Yeah,
I thought it was a soccer stadium, personally.
Well, it says Moscow concert hall attack. So
yeah.
Okay.
Concert hall.
So I mean,
But yeah,
I guess you don't take much room. I mean, I don't know how long a soccer field is, to tell you the truth, or whatever a pitch.
It is a little bit. I believe it's a slightly larger than a football field because I believe it's wider.
Yeah.
The length may be about the same, but the width is more for a soccer field, I believe.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
I believe so. That's why when they do the marking out for the NFL games, they really have to make sure they get it in the right location.
Yeah.
The only good thing is where the center spot is on a soccer field because it's got a big white dot there that says this is the middle. You look at an American football field and you've got bloody figures and drawings, and you think,
Yeah.
okay, where we're supposed to put this damn thing, bit
It
difficult.
says that the suspects have been detained.
Well, that's
Okay.
nice. That's cool.
They ain't talking. If
So
they're
they're
ISIS,
trying to
I'm
get-
if they're
surprised they're
ISIS, they
still alive, because
Yeah,
normally
if-
ISIS, they go rebutton,
uh-huh.
boom. So the fact that they're still alive, yeah, I would say that would tend to put
Yeah.
suspicion in my mind whether or not they're really ISIS.
Well, no, for me, I'm thinking more they caught them and they're alive for now. And they are going to torture the holy hell out of these guys.
Yeah.
I'd be very surprised if any of them make it as far as
Yeah.
Iraq.
Yeah, that's what I'm
I'd be
saying.
extremely
That's what I'm
surprised.
saying. That they're not going to make it there.
No, they're going to
Yes.
wish to hell they had pressed a little button.
Uh-huh.
It says here
Okay.
that American officials had warned Moscow that ISIS militants were determined to target
Oh.
Russia, but President Vladimir rejected the advice as provocative. So we tried, and
Well,
it
yeah,
looks like
'cause
they rejected it.
Yeah, because didn't the American White House clear it with any Americans living in Russia still not to go to public events?
I believe
Right.
so. Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't. I
concerts
didn't
and
see
sporting
that part.
events.
I just know that we tried to warn. Putin just said no. That's he rejected it. So I
Yeah.
mean that we tried.
Putin would. I mean, come on, Putin's the same as Stalin.
Yeah.
mean-
but of course, the Orange Oompa Loompa is going to use it against Biden. Saying, well, if I was president, he would have listened to me. This would never have happened.
Well, yeah,
type of thing.
Well, that may have been right too, since they have
Of
a
course,
nice
Putin would
relationship.
listen to the Orange Oompa Loompa because the Orange Oompa Loompa's in Putin's pocket.
Yep.
I mean, God, that man is annoying. I mean, the Orange Oompa Loompa. That
Thanks.
guy really, why the hell America's got a lot? Yeah. I'll go with that, Tanya. I'll go with that. But so is the Orange Oompa Loompa. In fact, he's even worse. An ass has got a job to do. The Orange Oompa Loompa seems to piss people off, period.
I love the fact, of course, we're going on another tangent again. I love the fact that he asked for more time for his $245 million payment that he had to make because he couldn't get financing for it. No one will finance him.
If I was America, I wouldn't be financing him either. I'd be looking at this thing. You see that flowery dell in that? You see that state penitentiary? You see that little flowery dell in that state penitentiary? I suggest you decorate it to your own taste because that's where you end up. Oh, please. Can't tell I'm not a fan, can you?
Yeah.
I mean, Sleepy Joe's bad enough, but no, come on. The alternative? No way, Jose.
Okay.
Oh, don't tell me you're a fan.
Oh, God, no. Oh, hell no.
No.
Oh, I'm so glad.
I wasn't a fan. I wasn't a fan ever since the fact he got into the wrestling business with Vince McMahon.
Oh.
When he held
Go ahead.
I forgot what number WrestleManias, but he held two years in a row at the Trump Casino in New Jersey back in the day. So
we got a like.
Something. Sorry, carry on, Mikey.
I was gonna say we got a like and a heart from Marcia.
Thank you, Marcia. Marcia.
So, yeah. So thank you.
Yeah.
I'll put in my heart in a little bit. I'm just charging my phone.
Yeah.
But
Put your heart? You mean there's little hearts around here?
yeah, the little likes and hearts. But sports actually has been pretty light this week. Just some signings here and there, some signings in football. There's been a couple of signings in baseball, but nothing major. But
I did see somewhere that the is it WWE?
Yes.
Bringing back an old competition with a slightly new twist, but I didn't quite catch the whole article to find out what the hell they were on about. Any of you seen that?
Bringing back a competitor or bringing back an old pay-per-view or what?
I don't know.
didn't.
Some sort of contest they had before. Something they did before that they stopped doing, but they're going to bring it back, but with a
Well,
slight twist.
The only contest they used to do was something called Tough Enough, and
Yeah.
they would recruit people who thought they could be wrestlers, and they would put them through the training and such. And when you won a contract with the WWE. That went on. That was probably been about 15, 18 years ago, and they stopped doing it because most of the ones that won kind of fizzled out. Didn't really happen. And the people that came in like fourth and fifth, those are the ones that actually made it and made a somewhat decent living wrestling. So
I've just found it here. I
Okay.
was listening, but WWE brings back iconic event for WrestleMania 40 with a twist.
oh God.
WWE is bringing back the Slammies for the first time in almost 4
Oh,
years.
okay.
There you go.
Yeah,
It's the Slammies, whatever that is.
it's their version of the Oscars. So they'll have like favorite wrestler, best match, best tag team. So, and what it is you win this gold Oscar type looking thing, except it's a wrestler with his hands up in the air, like kind of like that.
Ah, right. Okay.
So, and then for the next few months, usually a bad guy or a heel that wins it, male or female, will carry it around and say how that they're the best because they want to slammy and blah blah blah. So it's okay. Yeah.
So there you go. They're bringing it back. Apparently, they were first held in 1986.
Yes.
And
Way
they have
back in
been
the day.
held intermittently over the year, with the longest run from 2008 to 2015.
Yeah.
So there he is coming back. Apparently, I
Okay.
knew I'd seen something about the wrestling, but I thought, I'll have to ask Big Dog about that, see if he knows anything about it. Clearly, you did not, sir.
Well, no. Now that you mentioned the Slammies, I do remember them doing that. But I when you said comical, that's why I was like, I guess it was comical. It's just for the Friday before, because when now that WrestleMania is 2 days, Saturday and Sunday, the Friday before, so Friday is the regular SmackDown TV show, and then right after SmackDown, that's when they do the Hall of Fame inductions, where the people they announce, they come out and they talk or whatever. And then I believe during that time, the Slammies are going to happen either Thursday or that Friday also, because WWE now makes the entire week of WrestleMania an event, starting from that Monday all the way through to actually Saturday, the day of WrestleMania. They have they have an interactive event, usually like when it was here in LA a couple of years ago. They used the entire convention center for the entire week to do their interactive stuff. So families come and they can interact and actually get into a ring. They have a ring set up there, and they have different little events you can do. Of course, wrestlers come in, for a meet and greet, so on and so forth. So they want to try and make it all inclusive, of course, to get more money from you.
True. And WWE legend Goldberg is very annoyed that some Japanese girl has beaten his undefeated streak.
Yeah. He was extremely disrespectful to Asuka. She was she was a big name in Japan.
Yeah.
Wrestling there. She came here probably about close to 10 years ago to America. She signed with WWE, worked her way up, and now she's a main eventer in WWE on either Raw or SmackDown, but they had her unbeaten streak, so she went like, oh, I don't know, 160-0 or something or other, 159, whatever it was. She beat Goldberg's record. Goldberg was a wrestler in the early 2000s, very limited skills, but had the body, that everybody loved, the, 6'5",
Yeah.
super cut and the whole thing. So for Goldberg, it was more right place, right time. Right the stars aligned for him. But most of his matches were 2 minutes, 3 minutes tops because he couldn't wrestle. He literally could not wrestle. I mean, you talk about a green wrestler, that was him. Did not know what to do. He just would steamroll you, knock you down, beat on you for like a minute, and then lift you up for what's called a suplex.
Yeah.
And then he would invert it and body slam you, and they called that the jackhammer. And then it would be 1, 2, 3, and that was it. It was over.
Yeah.
So most of his matches were 5 minutes or less. Whereas Asuka is, when you learn in Japan, you learn how to wrestle, and you wrestle stiff.
Yeah.
Which means for those who are non-wrestlers or don't know the lingo, wrestling stiff means that when you get the forearm or the slap to the face or the punch to the face, you're actually getting slapped, punched, or forearmed for real.
Yeah.
And you take it. That's what's called. That's what's called stiff. Yeah.
Like the old sumo. I mean,
yes,
you look at the old sumo wrestlers. So. I mean, they go from that crouching position and they hit. That ain't. They hit and they worked out when they do that slapping bit in sumo. They reckon even the WWE wrestlers wouldn't take that. They would just be
and that's why a lot of people love AEW, which is the alternative, because they import a lot of Japanese wrestlers, and the fans get excited when a Japanese wrestler comes in, an established Japanese wrestler, because it's going to be a super physical match. And these guys literally beat the holy crap out of each other.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm looking because I've got NHK and I've been watching the Grand Sumo that's going on at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, some of that is. You can get guys who are just picking, 12, 13 stone of pure fat, and there's another guy who's like, twice that, and this guy just walks across, picks him up, and go away.
Yeah.
How the hell?
Almighty, do you remember Earthquake, right? Back in the day? The tag team guy? Kind of, sort of. Real big. He teamed up with another guy called Typhoon. It would have been the Hulk Hogan era.
I just remember Hulk Hogan. I don't.
Okay.
But was he bigger than Hulk Hogan?
Oh yeah, he was like King Kong Bundy built.
Oh my god. Really, okay. Wow.
So this guy, his real name is John Tenta, and was always a big guy all his life. And he actually went to Japan and started sumo wrestling. And I believe he was one of the first grand champions that was non-Japanese.
Oh,
and
really?
they took him in, and he went through the dojo and worked his way up, and evidently he was pretty unbeatable. And he made it, I believe, to grand champion, if I remember the documentary that they just did on him.
Oh, was that Polynesian guy?
No, he was a white guy. His name was John Tenta.
I know there was a Polynesian who made it right the way up.
Maybe Yokozuna.
Yeah, he went right to the top. I think.
Yeah, there's been a few, but this guy was like I said, he was a white guy.
Yeah.
And I was always a big guy, and he, I guess, watched sumo or something or other, and he said he needed a job to help his family, so he packed up and left for Japan and joined a dojo, and of course had to do all the stuff that the the underlings have to do, to earn their way. And they said, he happily did everything that was asked of him.
Yeah.
He said he didn't like it, but he knew that was the culture, and that's what he had to do.
That's where you do get the
Mhm.
Kohai Senpai relationship.
Yeah.
You know,
So he made his way slowly but surely over. I think they sort of took him about. He did it very quickly. They said once he started actually doing sumo matches, that he started rising very quickly because he just couldn't be beaten.
yeah.
He had
you
the
got the right
intensity.
sensei. You got
Yeah.
the dojo. You got the right sensei, and he sees something in you. Then that sensei will concentrate and say where your strengths are, where your weaknesses
Mhm.
are, and how to compensate one against the other.
Yeah.
So if he's been in the right dojo, and as you say, as the Kohai, which is the
Mhm.
guy at the bottom, and the senpai's been above him, he's watched as he's
Yeah.
risen up for being a Kohai to a to
Yeah.
senpai and upwards, and the sensei's turned around and said, right, this is what you got to do. So yeah, it's possible.
Yeah. So, and then of course, he realized he started, I guess, in Japan they had wrestling, of course, which is very popular in Japan also.
Mhm.
And he started thinking, well, I could do that, and it won't hurt me as much.
Yeah, he said, it don't hurt as much. That's very true.
So he decided to give it a try, and he came back to America and then signed with what was at the time WWF,
Yeah,
and
I remember that.
and made a name for himself. So um, he was very popular. And then he got sick. Unfortunately, he ended up dying of bladder cancer that
Yeah,
took on.
I find
It
a lot
happened
of
very.
those sumo wrestlers, they do suffer from an awful lot of health problems.
Yeah,
But then again, you look at the weight that they're carrying.
exactly.
I mean,
Exactly.
none of them are small guys. I mean, when you say Japanese, most people think of something around 5'5", 5'6", right? A small,
Yeah.
petite person. Both male and female. They are small, petite people. And then you look at these sumo wrestlers, and you're talking 6'1", 6'2". As we say in Scotland, twice round the gasworks is just as bloody ugly. And you think, holy shit, where did you come from? What?
See, I've known I've known sumo, not known sumo, but I've seen some sumo wrestling, and so when someone says Japanese person to me or Japanese man, I think one or the other. I'm like,
Yeah,
okay, he's either going to be 5'7" and 150 pounds, or he's going to be 6'2" and 500 pounds. It's not, and there's nothing in between.
no, there really is not. I mean, some of those sumo wrestlers, you see the normal Japanese man next to this
Yeah,
sumo wrestler, and you think, who's the kid? It's not. It's the referee. Standing there with his full regalia on, his little fan going, hello, and then he steps back, and they just, you think, holy mackerel, man. I must be honest, it's worth watching, but no way.
like I said, I've watched it a few times. It is extremely interesting to see, how fast they move for that type of weight that they have
Yeah,
on them, and the fact the way they maneuver, because you can see, I always watch the little subtle nuances of stuff of what I'm watching. So you can see a certain handhold will get you, you can kind of maybe move the other guy a certain way just from moving your hand 2 or 3 inches up or down, and the
yeah,
grip, and you can manipulate the other person, to try and get outside the ring, or you knock them over. So
yeah. I
you
mean,
know
the one I watched the other day, I mean, this guy just they did the face off, and the referee sort of stepped back, and they charged, and as they connected, as you're looking at it on the TV, the guy on the left just literally took the guy's rubber ring, as I call it, round the middle, and he
Yeah.
just literally skipped him round
Yeah.
and let go. And the guy just basically shot past, and he went, looked at the referee, and went, okay, back to his spot. You know? And you thought, bloody hell, for a man that size, it was just next.
Yeah.
It's quite cool. I quite enjoy it.
All right. I am going to switch to the car. So I will be back, and I'll be back probably audio only, and should be about maybe 5-7 minutes. So I shall be back. So
Roger.
you
Dick.
both have the con.
Oh no, Almighty's got the con. He's the senpai on this. He's got the con.
Okay.
I do.
I'll be back.
You carry on. And then there was two again.
At least for 5 or 6 minutes, as Big Dog has said.
Yeah, but he'll be audio only by then, you see.
Yeah. So is rugby going on over there in England?
There is we've just had the Six Nations, which Ireland won, and now the Six Nations women's competition is about to start. So that'll be interesting to see how that pans out.
Okay.
So there you go. Unfortunately. So what do you know then, Almighty?
What do I
Anything?
know?
Yeah, what do you know? Anything? Nothing?
Nothing. But so I think I saw the little joke in there about Dak Prescott in the chat about him leading the way. They to getting the Cowboys to a Super Bowl, and you can't even win a champion. I mean, one playoff game.
Well, what do you expect? I've
Yeah.
actually seen that. I've seen something somewhere that the Cowboys have let loose a couple of players, and they reckon that it was to the detriment of the team. So I thought, well, why would they do that? But I suppose if they're up for grabs, somebody's going to take them.
Well, from what I understand, this is Dak's last year under contract with the Cowboys.
Yeah, but I mean, who are they going to bring in? I mean, who's available? Who's going to be available? Who's going to want to walk in to something like that? Seriously.
That is true.
I mean, the manager's not exactly what I would call forthcoming when it comes to letting the players win matches. He seems to think it's all about him more than the team.
Yeah. So there's something I forgot. I didn't forget it. Oh, so talking football real quick here with the Steelers. They signed. Hold on, I'm under air raid attack.
What, again? Damn it. Stop upsetting the Russians, for God's sake. You're not supposed to upset them. Oh, dear. I don't know. Poor guy being air raided. If you start to glow, we'll understand.
I can't help but upset the Russians.
Well,
So with that does take us to the top of the 11 o'clock hour on the East Coast. So what time is it there in England there?
it's 1500 hours, 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay. Let's see, 11, what is that, 10 o'clock on the West Coast? Yeah. So anyway, I forgot, I couldn't get to it last hour. I know Roger likes to have that going on. But in an unprecedented, Pittsburgh signed Russell Wilson, and then they traded Pickett to the Eagles, and then they signed Justin Fields from the Bears because they could have Justin Fields for 1.25, where the other quarterback that was left, Rudolph, the red-nosed reindeer, wanted $5 million. So Mason wanted a pay hike, but they said, well, we can just get Fields. I mean, the Bears still will owe him some money.
Yeah.
But usually this isn't the Pittsburgh way to clean house like that. And usually they want to stay the course and give their quarterbacks or their players time to adjust. But Pickett kind of ruffled some feathers. Well, after they got Russell Wilson, he rustled some feathers. And so it's interesting how, Pittsburgh has actually did something that they don't usually do. And
I have spotted one or two things about the Bears, but not being a fan, I haven't actually delved into it. So,
yeah, well, the Bears have the first round pick in April, and they're expected to draft a quarterback. I know his first name's Caleb, but he's the one that's making all the noise about, wanting more money than the rookie contract and part ownership of the team.
Yeah, which I don't think you'll get.
Maybe.
It's illegal. So,
yeah.
and everybody reckons that the Cowboys ain't doing a lot.
Yeah. But
but
remember, Tomlin's going to be able, I think Tomlin and his staff will be able to get the most out of these quarterbacks. And talking about Tomlin, remember in week 8, week 9, people were talking about Tomlin maybe retiring after the season or getting fired because Pittsburgh was really struggling there before they got that push to get into the playoffs. And now all that noise has quieted down.
Yeah, for now.
And word on the street is that Tomlin seems to be more energized right now around the building. But I just think we'll see.
Big dog having a quite chuckle there.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's like I said, you gotta, them giving up on players like that. Remember they gave, you don't remember, but they did give Bradshaw quite a lot of years to learn the offense and become the quarterback that he became a quarterback. And, they keep talking about Bradshaw, but, when you watch Bradshaw and he had Lynn Swann and Stallworth, but these receivers had their leap up in the air all the time to catch his overthrown passes and get hit. This is before there was any kind of hit in a defensive receiver. So they're getting the crap beat out of them because Bradshaw was throwing the ball over. Everyone thought, oh, look at Bradshaw. He's throwing it so well. Like, he's throwing it 10 feet over their head, and they got to leap up and catch it and get hit. So, Bradshaw has 4 rings, but he had more people around him. But you can't take it away from him. Bradshaw's got the 4 rings.
One man does not make the team, do they? Really?
No. But,
you can have the best quarterback in the bloody country, but if you ain't got no receivers up the other end of the field to catch what he's throwing, what bloody use is he?
Well, you also need an offensive line to protect him too. As we saw. Yeah. That all goes to like last year with the Jets. Aaron Rodgers was getting chased all over the place before he pulled his tendon there as Achilles heel. And so
he played all 4 plays. What are you talking about?
Yeah, he did. Yeah. And he got paid after. He still got paid too. So
yes, he did.
Talking of the Jets, I see here that they just signed receiver Mike Williams for a 1-year deal, $15 million.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I've heard that they've tried to improve that offensive line for to learn their lesson.
Uh, I
Um,
still don't see Mister Rogers getting back to do any bloody good. To be honest, the guy's a pain in the butt. But there you go.
yeah. Anime Girl, what did you think of the post that or the meme that I posted in the chat room in the middle of the week about Michael Irvin saying that Dak Prescott is on the same level as Tom Brady, that they're essentially the same person uh, as far as everything on the football field.
No, I can't see that.
Of course, smart ass me, where it was posted, I said, yeah, they're the exact same thing, except Tom won 7 titles and Dak has not.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Mr. Brady has proven credentials. He knows
Yeah.
what he's doing. Whereas, well, I suppose if you talk big long enough, you'll believe anything.
Well, especially coming from Michael Irvin. I mean, lifelong cowboy. Of course, he's going to try and back him. But I mean, to make an outrageous statement like that, saying that Dak is, essentially the Tom Brady of the 2020s, and
No,
I'm just
nah,
like, come on, really?
no way.
Well,
No
that makes
way.
more sense about your comment about he must have been smoking some good stuff when he made
Yeah.
that comment.
Yeah, I was going to say, whatever he's been having, I don't want any. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Well, maybe you do. Who knows?
Yeah.
That way you can
Listen,
make outrageous statements too.
yeah, I mean,
And,
talk
and,
about
and
expanding your mind. That's just blowing it completely out of the bloody country.
Yeah, he's expanded it too much with that kind of shenanigans.
and as far as Tomlin, going back to what you were saying when I first got back in, um, you know, yeah, I remember hearing all the talk. Maybe he's going to get fired, maybe he's going to retire. But Tomlin, his entire career, as the head coach of the Steelers, he's never had a losing season yet.
No,
So that is something to hang your hat on. They haven't gone far in the playoffs, unfortunately. But
no.
I don't know, with Russell Wilson, that winning percentage may be in very big jeopardy. Ah, shit!
I
That was
think
close.
that Tomlin and his staff will improve Wilson even more than what Peyton did, and probably even improve uh, the other guy, Justin Fields.
Yeah,
I think that they will, I think that these two quarterbacks should, if they listen to what things are going, if they listen to the coaches and Tomlin, they should improve their stock. I mean, if they can turn Ben Roethlisberger into at least a winning quarterback, they should be able to do the same with, and even win with Kenny Pickett and Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer before they were all let go. But still, who knows? And I know that Wilson has, I guess, to get an assignment there, they told him he would be the guy.
yeah.
But once if Fields gets on the field and runs one for 60 yards for a touchdown, the fans may be going, well, wait a minute. This guy can run and take pressure off the. But we'll see.
So,
I mean, it's still early, of course.
to your knowledge, is Russell the number one, or is Tomlin going to have him fight for it?
No, from what I understand, that he's number one.
Ah,
There's
so
not going to be a
I would love to give them equal time in the preseason.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Big Doug. Repeat that. I'm sorry.
I would love to have Tomlin give them equal time in the offseason to see who the number one should be. Justin Hurts, he has the chops to be the number one guy.
Well, the scuttlebutt that I heard was that's how the Steelers got him to sign, was because they told him he would be number one.
Yeah, I figured. Oh, shoot,
I think that he visited with
the
the Giants beforehand, and the Giants would not make that kind of commitment to him.
Yeah.
So that's why he signed with the Steelers. But like I said, so coming in, Fields knows he's the backup.
Yeah.
So, which is good or bad. And I think, like I said, if Wilson would miss time or whatever, and Fields comes in and can show that he can not only throw the ball, but run for
Yeah.
50, 60-yard touchdown, they may rethink that. It depends where they're at. And I'm not saying Wilson will get hurt, but I'm just,
No,
they
no,
may
no.
even
Yeah.
have, they may
Yeah,
even
I
have
get.
plays. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, no. I was gonna say I understand what you're saying. I mean, Fields. I mean, if Russell was told to be the number one, okay, I understand that. But Fields is great. Is a great backup, I think, in case something happens.
Well, he is. But, it probably took quite a bit for Fields to go from a starter
Yeah,
to a backup. I mean, it's not easy once you're the man.
that is
And
true.
so I was kind of hoping before I heard that they would be competing. That way you'd get them, all those juices flowing.
Yeah.
And now it's already settled. But that doesn't mean that there'll be a certain plays that Fields don't come in.
Yeah.
There may be packages just for Fields, whether they're running or him coming, and maybe even coming out as a receiver.
Ooh, that'd be interesting.
Put him in the slot. All right, and just not running a whole route, but make the
Well,
defense think a little bit.
yeah. Well, not only that, if you put him in the slot, you can also maybe do a trick play where, essentially you have double quarterbacks back there.
Yeah,
You
and he
know,
can
you
also
throw
run the jet sweep.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, I'm not sure. I'm saying that's not. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but that
No,
does give
yeah.
you options because why have this man with that kind of talent sitting on the bench? Plus, you don't want to get him hurt either. So I mean, who knows? So
Yeah.
and so I mean that's the thing with the Steelers so far, and they do all that. Those signings does make the North a little bit undecisive. What's going to happen with that North now with them kind of signings and Baltimore getting Derrick Henry and signing some people.
Maybe that's why Tomlin's so energized. Because
So what do you reckon to the Joe Flacco business then?
What about him?
Well, he says he's grateful to be with the Colts, but he's surprised he's not back with the Browns.
Well, look, the Browns had a different agenda, and I think him throwing those 2 pick sixes in the wild card game may have turned them off to him because we got blown out by the Texans there. And, I'm not saying so, that was so when when that happens, you kind of probably want to distance yourself from the man. I'm just saying he did have some good time. He did till the end there at the regular season game going 5-1 or whatever, 5-2 or whatever, and leading the Browns into the playoffs. But if you throw 2 pick sixes in crunch time, in a playoff game, well, it's back to back even.
It's a case of adios amigos, move on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get that. Now, I just wondered because I was reading about it, and I thought, you being a Browns fan, you'd be able to enlighten us as to why, Mr. Flacco's not back with the Browns as he thought he would be.
Well, I don't take away from what he did, but he was always throwing at least one INT during each game. And he did, like I said, but he was only, and the Browns then did sign Jameson Winston. Is that his name? And he's an upbeat player. So as backup, and they have the rookie that they have, and right now the Browns are carrying 4 quarterbacks, and none of them are just there to take up space.
Okay.
So I can understand a team taking 3, but 4. But I imagine one will be on the practice squad, which puts them at risk of being picked up by someone. And I think the NFL is trying to expand the role of having a quarterback on the roster, but not on the roster, not taking up a spot. So
Did they do that before?
they have that right now if they want to make an extra one, not just one, but two.
Yeah.
But I don't know if they will do that or not, because the
Well,
main
I can't see that working because I can't see a guy wanting to just be sitting there and not on the
that's
roster.
true. But like I said, the Browns do have 4. And real quick, talking about the owners, the meetings do start tomorrow
Do they?
until Tuesday.
Oh,
The owners'
okay.
meetings will start tomorrow until Tuesday. So we will see if anything is passed regarding the new kickoff rule. And also,
Yeah, how's that going over there? I mean, I still haven't quite worked out where this is all coming from somehow. I still can't quite get my head around it.
we don't know either. I don't think anyone really knows what they're going to pass it this time around. But remember, they're going to get together again in May. So they may just table it until I think they have a party in May, or they party on or whatever. And plus they're also looking at eliminating banning the hip drop tackle, which causes broken ankles and high upper sprain ankles. And what it is that the tackler, the defensive player, grabs the player from behind and just goes to the ground, weightless, but his hip swings around and lands on the guy's ankles or leg, and it's caused some injuries. And the owners want to ban it, whereas the Players Association does not want it banned, and that's probably coming from the defenders. But I don't know but that's the two major things I think coming in the meetings right now are those two things. So I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I'd like to see them pass some form of the kickoff so we can have a kickoff where they just don't kick it out of the end zone and then whatever, It'd be nice to see them have a run back. First.
Yeah, it's sort of like the way to do it in rugby. When they kick off in rugby, the guy catches it, and the idea is he grabs it and he just legs it to see how far up the field he can go before he stops.
Exactly.
The returning team, grab the ball, run with it.
Run with it, yeah.
Yeah,
and we haven't had that here for a few years now because they don't want, concussions and all that crap. So we'll see if any form of that is passed this year or this time or in May. But I'd like to have a kickoff where it's kind of exciting.
Yeah, I didn't know my mic was muted. I've been talking for like 5 minutes going, why aren't these people listening to me?
Oh, I thought
I listen to you because we can't hear you.
Oh my God, I'm sorry about that, big dog.
No, that's fine. It was me. I'm like, because the whole time you were talking about, the rules, I kept going wah wah wah. and you guys weren't commenting or laughing about it. So I looked at my phone and it said, "Mike is muted." I'm like, "Fuck."
So
that'll teach you, won't it? Yeah.
So wham for what? The hip drop tackle?
Everything. Just put flags on these people. That's what they're aiming for.
Yeah, you're right. It seems that way. They always bring that up when there's a rule change like this. I'm just excited. I just hope they pass some kind of kickoff where we can actually see a kickoff.
Oh, that'd be great.
And not just kick it out of the end zone like they used to. I mean, I just think it'd be kind of cool to see that, have a run back and maybe even have a chance to have some run back for a touchdown like back in the old days.
Yeah, I agree. And like I said earlier, the last few weeks that we've been talking about this is, just have the punter go back 20 yards. 20 yards to do it, because these guys' legs now can kick 70 yards, they can kick at 70 yards easy.
Yeah.
So push them back 20, 25, 30 yards. That'll get you, end zone or, on the 5 or something like that. And hopefully we'll get some exciting stuff.
Yeah, but they don't want the people running down the field anymore.
Yeah.
At full speed.
You keep poaching rugby union kickers, and rugby union kickers. Their idea is that they boot the ball as far down the field as they can. That's how they're trained. And the NFL keep pinching all the rugby kickers. So that's why you're having the problem with the returning the ball.
Yeah. And they're also proposing that, when on a windy day, they have a player and the ball falls off the tee. They have a player.
Oh, yeah. The player hold it, yeah.
But now they're going to propose that they have to use a kicking arm.
Oh, please. Jeez.
But they're thinking, well, what if the kicking arm gets blown over by the wind, too? Then what do you do?
Yeah, plus a player could move his hand a damn sight quicker than
I'm just thinking out of the changes, too. They wanted, instead of having a player hold it, they have a kicking arm, which I don't understand. But
before the player comes out to hold it, don't they use the kicking tee first to see if it'll stay? Or it's on a kicking tee already. That's never mind.
Answer the wrong question. You know how they're running? Sometimes the kicker would run toward the ball and it gets blown off.
Yeah.
Before you can kick it, and then if it happens again, they have the player hold it like they do for a field goal, and then he kicks it that way. But now they just want to, instead of having a player do that, they just want to have this kicking arm hold it in place. Don't ask me what that's all about.
I was about to say what, because for me, I'd be more concerned about the kicking arm, that while the guys are running down the field, the kicking arm doesn't get taken off the field and they end up tripping over that.
Well, that's the responsibility of the back of the ref and the ref that's behind the kicker.
Yeah. How many times are they going to try and say, "Oh, well, I forgot"? I mean, you can see what's going to happen with that. It's not going to work. At least if you've got somebody holding it, once the guy comes up to kick it, he moves his hand and the ball goes. I mean,
he pulls a Charlie Brown.
Yeah.
Puppy strikes again.
But I don't even know where that kind of rule came from. I didn't read about that. I didn't say in the article who was proposing this kind of rule. But
some idiot child worked it through, that's for sure.
But then again, it doesn't. I don't know if it needs to pass or not in the owners' meetings this month or in May. So I don't know. And anyway, that's some of the crap. Some of the stuff that they are proposing this year in some of the rule changes. So we'll see.
Well, I think the one everyone's really not concerned about, but wonder what's going to happen is the kicking. How they're going to do that. About whether they're going to move the puncher back and stuff. I think that's the most important one. All the other stuff, I hadn't heard about the one where you're saying about the defender falling on the guy, causing the sprained ankles. One I hadn't heard about. I can see why the Players Association doesn't want it. It's probably all coming from the defensive guys. You can't grab them. You can't do this. You can't do that. Now you can't fall on them. I mean, come on.
Yeah, well, sometimes that's the only way you can. And I guess I was thinking about also, what if you have short yardage and you have to stop somebody? I mean, But I can see it. I can see it from the point of view of players getting their ankles broken or a high ankle sprain or even a leg broken. I guess I can see it, but but every play, I don't know. But it's just more legislation of trying to keep players safe, and But that tackle seems a little. I mean, I've seen that tackle, and I've seen it. I've watched games where that's happened, and I don't know I don't remember ever seeing it. Back in the olden days. I mean, back then you could just jump on someone's back and drag them down.
Hey, Omar, you remember back in the day they had the breakaway jerseys?
Yeah.
That lasted about a season, 2 seasons?
Yeah, until because they grabbed that jersey and then didn't matter, just tear it right off. And then,
yep. And I was like, nah, let's not make that one.
Yeah. And that player had to make sure he had 12 jersey there, in reserve because you never knew it was going to happen. Well, that was just like with anything else with the stick-em and all that kind of stuff. That kind of went to the wayside.
Yeah.
But the tearaway jerseys, that was something else. I mean,
The tearaway jerseys and the stick-em. Remember the stick-em?
Yep, the stick-em. I mean, it's hard enough to tackle Earl Campbell, let alone give him a tearaway jersey.
That's true.
Come on. That dude was a tank. And he gave 100% every play. And, from what I hear now, I think he's kind he's, be hit on like that.
Campbell only played Campbell played what, like 9 years only? I know he didn't have that long of a career, but I mean, it was spectacular.
I don't know if he lasted that long. To tell you the truth, big dog.
Yeah, I was about to say 9 years sounds kind of long, actually.
No, but you're right. You are correct.
9 seasons? Okay.
Okay. Let's see.
Okay, what are we looking for, guys?
78 to 84.
How many?
78 to 84.
What was that again? 78 to 84. So 6 years. Wow, that was it. Jeez.
Yep. And I'm just, look at the pounding he took.
Yeah. No, I know. He took a beating.
He
took a beating.
And that's, like he was all, you knew he was kind of used up, but he ended his career with New Orleans Saints.
Really? Wow, I remember that.
Yeah. So he started out with the Houston Oilers.
Yep.
And then he ended his career in '78 with the New Orleans Saints in '84. And then he went into the Hall of Fame in '91. So, tacked again.
Yeah. He's having some fun with that alarm today, isn't he, big dog?
Damn Russians. But so like I said, he didn't play that long. I mean, the Oiler. I mean, like I said, he ran like a beast. He was beast mode before there was beast mode.
Oh yeah, definitely. That guy was unstoppable.
And so I'm just, it was fun to watch him though. Well, except when he played the Browns. But I mean, I'm just saying that it was fun to watch.
The Cleveland Browns 1.0?
Yeah, 1.0. You're right. I forgot to mention that. I forgot they had put that in. But God,
how was that? Okay, since and you are the Cleveland guy, so how exactly? I'm trying to figure out how to word this. When it happened, were you guys all shocked as like? I mean, I was shocked when I heard they were like, "Yeah, the Cleveland Browns packed up and moved to Baltimore overnight," type of thing. And I was like, "What? What the hell? How was that when it happened with you guys? You were there, so I mean, what was the feelings and shit?"
Well, we were all pissed off because it had like we weren't. I mean, it leaked out during the season. And after that, the players gave up. Because they figured why. I mean, the team's moving. They weren't happy about it. Art Modell made this secret deal with Baltimore. And and he was claiming, kept saying, well, I couldn't get a stadium. I got to do it for this, that, and the other. And I hate to say it, and people don't agree, but he did have a point. The city did not want to build him a stadium.
Yeah,
I
do remember that part.
he was told that after the Indians got their new stadium, he would be next. Okay, so he was
Okay.
told. The city did tell him that, and it
And they
wasn't
reneged.
happening. Now, it doesn't
Yeah.
mean he had to move the team, but that stadium was built in the 30s.
Now, was it an exaggeration about them actually doing it overnight, or was this over the span of like a couple of weeks and they moved the team?
Well, like I
'Cause
said, it
the-
happened during sometime in the season, and then once the season was over, they left town.
Okay.
And Art Modell had to leave the town because he was getting death threats.
Oh, y'all bet.
I don't think he got the. I mean, I don't even think he got to stay for the whole season. And
Oh, wow. Okay.
I mean, oh my God. And then the fans were sending faxes to the NFL about being pissed off about it. That's why the NFL agreed to help them build the stadium and get them a team back that soon.
Okay.
Because the fans were outrageous, jamming their faxes at NFL headquarters. And, I can't remember. I just know. And Belichick was the coach.
Yeah.
So, and of course, he didn't make the trip to
Baltimore. Yeah.
Baltimore. But they kind of. But so I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It was just. I mean, heck, I don't know. It's just everybody was pissed, and they were showing it, and they weren't being silent about it, and they were giving Modell all kinds of shit, even though some of the stuff he said. About them saying he was going to get a stadium, and he was waiting and waiting, but no deal was getting made. Now, I don't know if that means and so to him, he wanted to move the team. He claimed he needed money. I mean, from what I understand, he was the worst businessman there ever was.
Okay.
So, I mean, I think they said that he's the only NFL owner that lost money.
That's hard to do.
Yeah, that's hard to do. Because he kept running, I guess he kept running to the banks to borrow money. I mean, he wasn't a bad man. He was, he treated play. I mean, he did some stuff for players that that couldn't play. Like
I can't remember. Did he own the Cavaliers too, or not?
No.
Okay.
No,
because I was about to say, well, I could see why he lost money. At that time, the Cavs were very bad back then.
Well, this would have been in the 90s. They weren't that bad in the 90s. Or was that the late 80s when they were good, and then they kind of faltered off, maybe.
Well, I remember the early and mid 80s when it was the cadavers who they called you guys.
Yeah, but then they got where they played they lose to the Bulls every year in the playoffs, but still, maybe that when they had that was early 90s, I think, maybe the last part of the 80s.
Oh, okay, so they were building, they were getting to be a decent team. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, but they couldn't get that. No one could get past the Bulls with that. With Gordon.
Yeah, once Jordan decided to share the ball, it was all over.
Yeah. So. And
I'm going to switch back. I will be with you guys in a few minutes.
Okay.
I'm home, so be right back.
So I'm reading the signings for March. I'm going through all the NFL signings for March.
Okay, so last couple of weeks, anything stand out to you?
Well, the Cowboys have got rid of a damn sight more than they've picked up, that's for sure.
Well, the Cowboys are not. Jerry Jones is not very good at wanting to pay money to keep free agents. That's why Pollard's no longer with you.
Yeah.
They didn't want to. You didn't want to. You just let him go, and he signed with whoever he signed with, and it's unfortunate that Jerry Jones does that kind of things.
Well, there's quite a few pages of these signings, and when you go through them, it's unbelievable. I mean, was it Foreman from the Bears to the Browns. Flacco from the Browns to the Colts. You know, some of them, it's just you look at them and you think, why are they, are they going up or going down? I mean, the Cowboys have kept hold of Dowdle. The Vikings have lost Joshua Dobbs to the 49ers. The Cowboys have lost Jonathan Hankins to the Seahawks.
So think about that. Not only do the 49ers not still have God, what's his name? That running back. Come on. But now they got Dobbs too. So I can't remember. Why am I having a brain fart about that?
Yeah. The Browns here have picked up Huntley and Wilson, both quarterbacks. Huntley on an unrestricted free agent signing, and Jamil Winston on just a free agent signing. The 49ers.
McCaffrey. Gosh darn it. Yeah, McCaffrey.
Okay.
For the running back for the 49ers, and he's a stud muffin himself. Yeah, thank you, Gig. Oh, thank you. I just had a brain fart, and I don't know why that was. But thank you. You
see, you picked up player. Another one here from the Jets. You picked up Quinton Jefferson from the Jets. You picked up. Makes you wonder. You picked up Tony Brown from the Jets and all for your lot.
Yeah.
The Eagles have picked off two 49ers off.
Well,
Oren Burks and.
Well, how do you beat the 49ers? You sign all their players.
Yeah. They had. Go to this. The Eagles have picked off one for the Buccaneers and all. Devin White. Linebacker. So. As I say, it's interesting. You go through to see who's going where.
True.
And why they how they're getting hold of them. This is just the March ones, of course. March 20.
Well, the free agency doesn't start until March, so I mean, there's not going to be anything before that unless you go to that. But free agency started 2 Mondays ago, I believe. So, and that's when things started moving a lot.
Well, the Seahawks lost Devin Bush to the Browns. And then the Browns lost Harrison Bryant to the Raiders.
Yeah. It's like a revolving door when it comes to free agency.
Yeah, tell me about it. So, Commanders have been picking up people. I don't believe
they have been very, very active.
Well, yeah, I mean, they've picked up one from the Saints, Pittman, one from the Chiefs, one from the Cowboys, two, believe it or not, from the Panthers they've managed to pick up, one from the Eagles, one from the Jaguars, and one from the Ravens. So they've been going around just cherry picking people.
That's just it. So we'll see if all those moves pay off, plus their draft pick. So maybe the Commanders, what the Commanders have to do something to compete in that East. When you're trying to compete with the Eagles and the Cowboys.
Yeah. I mean, looking at this, the Cowboys haven't done a lot in March at all.
That's Jerry Jones's way, though.
Ain't done a lot at all. Packers have been busy, but the more you go through these pages, the less and less you see of. Texans have been busy, real busy. They've been going around pinching from everybody. They are.
Yep. They got a taste of the playoffs and, winning that division, so they want to keep it going.
I mean, they've picked up two from the Titans, one from your lot, the Browns, Mike Ford. They picked him up. One from the Vikings, one from the Saints, one from the Falcons, the Ravens, the Bills. Good grief, they picked up one from the Panthers. They've nicked one from the Chief, Tommy Townsend.
Oops.
So
Yeah.
you lost Anthony Walker to the Dolphins, and you also lost Joe Watson to the Dolphins. Your tight ends.
Oh, that was. Thank you for mentioning the Dolphins. I need.
Why? What about the Dolphins? What have they gone and done?
I am. So we were. Okay, we were talking. Because I remember that a Dolphins fan had stolen the Kansas City Chiefs equipment during the game.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, let's see. I'm glad that. Yeah, I forgot all about that one. Let's see what's going on here. Boom, boom. Yeah. Kansas City man charged with stealing $46,000 worth of Dolphins equipment during game.
What?
Yep.
46? What the hell did he
$46,000.
46 grand's worth of gear, for Christ's sake? You run off with the bloody quarterback or something?
It says while the Dolphins were losing a playoff game to the Chiefs, they were also losing some of their property to a chief. A 30-year-old Kansas City man named John M. Brown stole media equipment, football pads, gloves, shoes, and game film valued at $46,376 from a Dolphins team truck in January, according to prosecutors. Dolphins staffers noticed the items were gone shortly after the Dolphins-Chiefs game ended and alerted police. Officers who looked at security camera footage. Okay, yeah, the guy didn't check for cameras, of course.
Well,
Identified a pickup truck that they believed the thief had been driving and tracked it down. Seeing some of the missing items in the pickup's bed, according to Fox 4 in Kansas City. 4 days later, police executed a search warrant on Brown's home, where he appeared to have tried to burn some of the evidence. Okay.
A bit like.
Oh my gosh! And here's a quote. I don't know who. It says from a police officer. I observed a Miami Dolphins logo and a remnant of what appeared to be the word video that had been partially burned, and additionally matching cold weather gear in the ashes that had not burned. Kansas City police detective Craig Leach said in a affidavit, according to the Kansas City Star. Didn't take much detective, I guess, work to figure that one out. Court documents say Brown was already under surveillance as a potential suspect in a string of thefts before the playoff game. He was also convicted of felony theft and unlawful tampering in 2021. So it seems like he already had a passion for it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who is this now?
A Dolphins fan, a Kansas City fan, stole $46,000 in Dolphin equipment during the playoff game.
Oh, okay.
He stole video equipment, pads, gloves, you name it.
Anything that wasn't tied down or a permanent fixture.
Yeah. And
and
he didn't take into account video cameras either. I guess he was pretty bold.
Yeah.
And I'm just trying to figure out how much equipment, either the equipment's expensive, either expensive is equipment. Either equipment is expensive or he stole a lot of it to get the $46,000.
I would suggest probably a little bit of both.
Yeah.
I mean, we are talking official Dolphins equipment. You know, it's got their logo on it, so it's cost them a fair bit of money to get that specially made just for the team.
And he threw it in the bed of his pickup truck and probably maybe in the seat beside him, but it didn't say if the pickup truck had a cap or not, but you know. Well, I guess the police officer said he saw it. He saw the stuff in the bed of his truck, so they knew who did it from the surveillance cameras. So,
well, there you go. There's always one idiot that's going to push it.
so
always one.
I almost forgot about that. And you said Dolphins when you mentioned the word Dolphins. Oh yeah, wait a minute. So we trying it again, big dog?
He's having problems. I think his high badge decided that he don't want to play anymore.
Everything working? We can see it, big dog. Everything working out now?
No, my audio is screwed up. I'm gonna try again. I can't get the audio into my earbuds for whatever reason. So I'm gonna try again.
Okay, you carry on. We'll be here for a little while yet.
So you know, that wasn't the only thievery happening this week.
It just baffles me. You know, these guys, it's as if they don't realize that they're going to get caught. There are more CCTV cameras kicking around now than there ever has been. There's no way you're going to walk off, especially with that amount of equipment.
No
way you're going to walk off of that. And it's got all the bits and pieces, you know, it's all signed for the Dolphins. So that makes it bloody obvious.
So the Dolphins were burgled.
Yeah.
Is that the proper way to use that? I saw that it was British. Burgled.
Yeah, he got burgled, all right.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
So can you hear us in your earbuds? Or have you
yes, I can find it. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, you sound a little bit more tinny than you did before, but yeah, we can hear you.
So
okay.
The gist of it was that, like I said, a Chiefs fan burgled the Dolphins for $46,000 in equipment and film. Well, I guess video. Threw it in the back of his pickup truck in front of surveillance cameras. So it didn't take long for the police to find him.
Holy shit!
My question is, how did he get into the locker room?
It was out of an equipment truck. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. So he broke into the truck.
I mean, but it wasn't. Yeah, he broke. I don't know if it was left unlocked because it was in the parking lot. But anyway, I'm sorry. I didn't mention that part. It was in an equipment truck.
You might have. I mean, I came into the middle of it, so
yeah.
You might have
said
I read
it. The article, but I didn't pass it along to you. So
okay. So 46,000.
Yeah.
I can see why you leave the truck unlocked, because you're thinking, I'm in Kansas City, this Chiefs country. No one's gonna want, Dolphin stuff.
Well, also you want to be able to get to it
right away. Yeah.
Away.
Yeah,
but I don't know if that's your mindset being in Kansas City, because anything can be sold. But all I know is that he got into the equipment truck, loaded up his bed of his old pickup truck with probably hillbilly symbols on it, maybe a Confederate flag, who knows, and took off. So they got him 4 days later.
Too funny. I wonder if he had a chance to sell any of it yet, since it was 4 days later.
Well, he tried to burn it too. He tried to burn some of the evidence because the cops saw it in the bed of his truck, and then they went back to get a search warrant.
Oh, okay.
Which they didn't need because they had probable cause.
That is true, but I guess they wanted to cover all their bases, so to speak.
They wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
So anyway, they said he had burned some. Burned some gloves and some pads or whatever. He burned some equipment and some film. you know,
Some
and
of the game film,
I don't know what it's
probably.
from. Maybe it was some of the, yeah, maybe, but it was, you know,
Oh, I know what it was. Since it was Miami, it was probably a video of the Robert Kraft massages.
yeah. They want to
Since he
keep,
got his
yeah, they wanted to
since
keep
he got his
that.
massages in Florida.
Yeah, yeah. So,
Oh, dear.
okay,
He,
it says right
he,
here. Okay, here's a quote from the detective from the. He said, "I also observed a Miami Dolphins logo and remnant of what appeared to be the word video, and had a partially burned and additionally matching cold weather gear in the ashes." So he tried to burn it.
Yeah, he tried to burn it all right.
So now that big dog's all caught up. So it's
It
one of
says
those,
here that the Miami Dolphins box truck was broken into
okay.
on January the 14th.
It was during, yeah, you're right. They did say it was during the game too, so everybody would be in the stadium
Yeah,
if the truck is parked out in the park, in the parking lot.
yeah. Probable cause said the theft happened in downtown Kansas City. The police
Yeah.
reviewed surveillance footage and identified the suspect's gray Ford F-150. The truck
That
was
sounds
found,
about right.
yeah, with equipment boxes matching the descriptions of the Dolphins' equipment.
Yeah.
Authorities later found a home in the 2000 block Askew Avenue that was linked to multiple thefts. They surveilled the home and saw the truck matching the suspect's description, where a stolen Miami Dolphins coat was found. A $50,000 bond has been requested.
Yeah.
The court's documents state that Brown has been found of multiple felonies in the past.
He does have a record.
So he got a record, all right. That boy got a record.
So that will probably be held against him in court.
I'd be very surprised if it wasn't.
So it's,
I mean, that to me,
so I guess nothing is sacred. Not even,
Nope.
and
yeah,
so
well,
anyway, that's
what an idiot.
it's one of those kind of stupid criminal things, whatever you would call them. Kind of funny too, since no one was hurt. I mean, it's like one of those things where
Everybody talks about how all the stupid crimes happen in Florida. So I guess this is kind of, even though it was in Kansas City, it was about a Florida team. So,
yeah. It kind of makes sense then, doesn't it, Big Dog?
yeah, because and I'm pretty sure Anime Girl has seen this plenty of times. But whenever there's something that utterly stupid happens that's a crime, it is either Texas or Florida. Always.
oh yeah, somewhere around there. Tell you that makes you really wonder what the hell's going on. Oh, here we go. The items that were stolen. I found a report with a list. You ready
How
for
many
this?
jock straps? How many jock straps?
You got 5 Pelican cases with media equipment,
Okay.
4 large aqua-colored equipment cases, 3 large equipment cases, football pads, gloves, shoes, cold weather gear, hockey bags with cape coats inside, and game film.
Huh. So it sounds. I mean, just from what's listed, it sounds like it was more of a crime of opportunity, or maybe the guy was passing by and saw the truck open and was like,
No,
"What's
he
in
broke
here?"
into it. It was a box truck, and he broke into it.
But what I'm saying is, he might have thought it was going to be something else, because all stuff he's listed isn't really. I mean, yeah, you could sell it, but it's not like if it was jerseys and the shoes and that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
You know what
I
I'm
mean,
saying?
pads, gloves, and shoes. Yeah, the hockey
I'm
bags with the cape coats inside. Well, somebody might want them, I suppose.
Well,
Game film. You'd have to get a real fan for that stuff.
I'm just trying to think of who he's going to unload it to, since it was for it's Dolphins equipment. He would have to find Dolphin fans. Plus, how hot would it be if they would have put out this list and this stuff was broken into, so people would be on the lookout for somebody trying to sell this Dolphin stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, he probably put it on like Craigslist or eBay or something like that, or that Offer Up or something.
You can imagine that, can't you? Some cop sitting in the precinct looking at eBay thinking,
saying, this is familiar. All this stuff sounds familiar.
Yeah.
hey, Sarge, this guy's slugging all the stuff I've got listed here in my notepad that's missing from the Dolphin. Do you think we should take a visit? You can imagine it. They're that stupid, some of these guys.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So it was 40,000. You said was the approximate? So it's definitely what, grand larceny, grand theft,
Oh yeah.
larceny and grand theft.
Multiple times. So
Yeah.
And he's got a record as well. He's got previous, so
Yep. He had been robbing things before he broke into the box truck.
yeah. I
then he
think
got
the last figure
arrested.
it says in there was 2021, which is
He
last.
got charged he got charged in 2021. So
Yep.
So he's a known felon.
He's a known felon.
Yeah, he's a known naughty person.
So he might have still. So it's, and I think an anime girl said that his bond was $50,000.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if
He's
you
still
missed that or
46,
not,
so they
Joe.
say, right, you pay us 50 grand as a bond.
You know, and it's odd because my oldest daughter, and the fact the daughter I just picked up, that's what she does. She works for a bond company, and she's a bail bonds person, but she's in the office. And some of these crimes, it's just so odd. These people are attempted murder and this domestic violence and blah blah blah. And I go, well, how much was the bond? And she's like, oh, it was 30,000. And I'm thinking, the guy tries to kill someone or the girl tries to kill someone, and it's only 30,000.
Yeah.
And then there's another one where it's to me a more minor offense, and their bond is like 125,000.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, where does
Exactly. I mean, it gets me when they say, well, is he a flight risk? Well, I mean, if you're in trouble and you're on the loose, of course you're a bloody flight risk. You ain't no way you're going to be hanging around waiting for him, is it? First chance you get, you're going to scoot.
Well, that's where Dog the Bounty Hunter comes in.
Yeah.
Oh, I used to watch that. Bloody beach. Yeah.
Yeah. So, since your daughter's doing that, like say it's $50,000.
Mm-hmm.
So does he have to pay them the 10% and they make up the difference? Is that how that works?
Yes. So let's say it was you and you had a $50,000 bond.
Been there, done that.
Depending on how your credit is and co-signers and stuff, it's actually a lot of times it's less than 10%. They can maybe do 5%. So let's say it's 5%. So you pay them 50,000, 5, so it'd be $2,500,
right?
Instead of 5,000. So you pay them the 2,500, and then you do all your stuff. You go to your court dates and stuff, and then when your bail you're up, the bond company gets the 50,000 back, but you still have to pay that $2,500. You get nothing back. That's a big misconception that she tells me a lot of, potential clients think that, oh, well, the bond is over, so give me my money back. And they're like, no, we put up the money, so this is what we charge you for us to put up.
Like the fee?
Yeah, exactly.
The fee. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to double check on that because they always say you need 10%. I get thinking, who pays the 10? I mean, 10%, and then what? What happened? Wait, I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
No, you can't hear you either, man. You've gone silent.
Yeah, you're
You've
silent,
gone
my
dead.
friend. No, you're silent.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but my lip reading ain't that good.
Yeah.
When he gone
He's
again.
having trouble with his equipment still.
Yeah, I
So-
can understand.
So how does the bond situation work over there in England? Or don't you have bonds? You just keep them.
No, you get done on. I suppose it's similar to the bond. It's what they call bail over here.
Okay, bail. Yeah, I've always called bail here too, but
Yeah,
never mind.
I suppose in a way it would work. I've never actually gone into that sort of thing, so
Well, that's good to hear.
I can't honestly say, can't be in a position to be bailed.
Well, okay, that's good to hear.
But I would suppose the bail system would work the similar way. But then again,
Yeah.
over here, some of the stuff that they get into over here, I don't suppose.
Yeah, I mean,
really.
let's face it. We brought a lot of that stuff over here back in the day when we first got here. We brought over the England.
Yeah, I mean, you got a hodgepodge of the British system, Germans, French, Italians.
Yeah.
We brought everything up.
We just didn't bring the guillotine with us.
Yeah, and you got a lot from them lot down south. What do you call them? Mexicans. They brought a load of crap with them, and you got to be careful with them people.
Yeah.
Oh, you're back, big dog.
we brought beans and rice. Leave us alone.
Yeah. Beans and rice.
Beans, rice. I thought you brought the coffee too.
You brought the breakfast burrito, right?
We brought the better coffee. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Whatever.
I just saw a little thing on coffee and the most expensive coffees, I guess, in the world. And there's one. I guess it's the number one coffee in the world, but it's something like $1,200 a pound.
Yeah.
For coffee, but I would never drink it because, and I'm sorry, I just the fact I know where it's coming from, I wouldn't drink it. So they get it.
Passes through certain animals.
Yes. Well,
oh, you've gone again, big dog.
Oh my gosh! Yeah, we lost you.
We've lost you, big dogs.
We lost you. Yep, we lost you. Can't hear you.
Can't hear a damn word. You gone.
So he's gonna have to. He's talking to himself again. Yeah.
That coffee he's on about, that most expensive coffee in the world.
Yeah.
It's called Kopi Luwak.
Where's it from?
It's made from poop, or rather, it's made from coffee beans that have been partially digested and then pooped out by the civet. Can sell as much for $80 in the US.
Yeah, I can see why he wouldn't want that coffee.
No, you're damn right. I wouldn't want it neither.
80. So, a lot of money for poop coffee.
A lot of money for poop coffee.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Kopi Luwak, expensive coffee, selling between $220 to $1,100 per kilogram.
Jeez.
In 2010.
Well, who digests it? What animal digests it?
They make it for some of it, according to this, Vietnamese weasel coffee.
Mm.
Yes. The one I saw, can you hear? Oh, first of all, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah.
Okay. The one I just saw it, and I saw it this week. This one, like I said, is about almost $3,000 a pound. And it passes through an elephant.
Oh.
So after they feed it the I guess the cocoa leaves or the berries or whatever it is, they feed it to the elephant. It passes through its intestinal system. They poop it out. Someone goes through the dung and pulls the beans out, and then they roast them from there, and then they make the coffee, and it's supposed to be like the best tasting coffee in the world. And I'm sorry, I'm not going to eat elephant poop coffee.
No.
or Weasel Coffee or Monkey Coffee, because I know Monkeys also. There's a Monkey one too. Also,
I
I'm just
don't.
like,
And I don't want to be the person that has to pull them out of the poop either. That would not be my favorite.
well, well. My big question is, who's the one that thought of it, saying, "Oh, the animal, whatever animal, just ate the coffee beans. I wonder if I pulled them out, what it's going to taste like." Who thinks of?
Who thought of that? Yeah. Who thought of that?
Yeah. Well, come off it. It's like, who ever thought of eating an egg? You know,
Oh
you just
yeah.
watched a bird lay an egg, and you're sitting there looking at this egg thinking, I wonder if I can eat that.
Well, you may have seen another animal eat an egg too, or you could
Well,
be just
yeah.
starving and saying, "I don't give a crap." And you find out it's pretty good. Then you say, well, "What happens if I cooked it?" So yeah.
That elephant coffee is called Black Ivory Coffee, and it's based in northern Thailand.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yep.
They wait whilst the cherries are broken down and digested by the elephant, and then collect the beans from their poop.
From the
Well,
dung.
that's not going to be a small pile either.
Nope.
Oh,
Can you
nice one, Almighty. Nice one. Not a small pile.
Can you imagine that ad? You know, hiring, top pay. You know, coffee dung finder.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if that be. I don't know anything about Thailand, so I don't know if it actually say top pay. But I'm just saying. I'm just thinking.
Well, here it goes. Right, top 10 expensive coffees around the world. Number 1 is the Black Ivory coffee.
Yep.
$1,000 plus a pound.
Yep.
Fincia El Giretto. Don't know if that's right or not. Probably butchered it. That's $500 plus a pound. Hacienda La Esmeralda is $350. La Kopi Luwak, that's the Indonesian one.
Okay.
That's $160 a pound. St. Helena coffee is $79 a pound. Molokai, $51 a pound. Jamaica Blue, don't go there, big dog. $50 a pound.
You knew exactly what I was thinking.
Oh, yeah. I heard your mind click from over here, boy. Bing gong, you don't go there. Yeah. Forenza
How much was it?
Yeah, Forenza Santa Ains is $50 a pound.
How much was the Jamaican one though? I didn't hear the Jamaican one.
$50 a pound.
$50. Okay.
Yeah. Forenza Santa Anis is $50 a pound. Los Plains is $40 a pound, and Hawaiian Corner is $35 a pound. And that's
See, I may go $50, maybe $60 for a pound of coffee, just to say I did. But anything over that, to me, I'm not that much of a coffee lover.
And it has to be scat free.
Join the club. Join the club. There's some of this, when you listen to how they make some of this stuff, you think,
yes,
no.
Yeah. So
that's just like you don't want to know what's in hot dogs.
That is true. And that's funny too, because
who was it? One of the films, and they said, "Do you want a hot dog?" And he looks at him and he says, "I don't eat anything hot, and I certainly don't eat dogs."
and I found out years when I was just a itty bitty child, because my mom worked for a meat packing company, and it was oh God, what was the name of it? Grand Taste. Oh God, I can't remember the name of the company. But anyways, it was a local place here in Los Angeles when I lived in Los Angeles, East LA, and they actually had the Dodger Dog contract before Farmer John's. So whenever the renewal of the contract would come up, they would take extra special care on how they cooked the hot dogs. They would cook them in more butter to give them more flavor, so they would make sure they got the contract again. And then after they got the contract, they would go back to doing it the regular way. Yeah. But I remember one time my mom told me, "Do you know what's in the hot dog?" And I'm like, "Do I want to know?" She's like, "Well, it's this." And I'm like, "Oh." Well, they still taste good. I don't have to think about it though.
Whatever's left over.
Yeah.
Yep,
Right.
pretty much.
Here's some celebrities that drink Kopi Luwak. You ready for this? Oprah Winfrey loves the stuff.
Is that the elephant poop? Is that the elephant poop one?
Oh, that's the civet one from Indonesia.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. This is not the elephant poop one. This is the little pussycat poop one. Oprah Winfrey, Jack Nicholson apparently drinks the damn stuff, and it's on his bucket list. And of all people, David Beckham.
Oh, okay.
So there you go. There's 3 celebrities that drink cat poop coffee.
But the question is,
Tongue, doesn't it?
but the question is, do they know it comes from cat poop? They may be drinking it. You know, someone might say, "Hey, here, try this coffee." Oh my God, this is great. You know, until you find out what it's made from.
Old Winfrey knows. Old Pal Winfrey, she'll know. Believe you me.
Well,
See, of course, me, I'm the bad one. The wheels were already turning. I'd be like, "Oh, this tastes great. Why is my coffee brown?"
The thing is, coffee is brown. It's just more brown than normal. my comment would be, why is this coffee quite so aromatic? You know, strange aroma to it. But you know,
I mean, like I said, I'm not like a coffee connoisseur or anything like that. But I can tell better tasting coffee. I've been to enough restaurants and stuff where I'm like, or nicer restaurants where I'll drink the cup of coffee and I'm like, oh, this coffee tastes really good. But I'm not enough into it to try those exotic coffees. I drink maybe 1, maybe 2 cups a week. That's about it for me. So
I only have 2 cups of coffee a day.
Okay.
1 in the morning and 1 sort of midday. Because believe it or not, the intake of caffeine you get from a cup of coffee takes 8 hours to clear your system.
Yeah.
So if you drink a cup of coffee just before you go to bed, you're going to be bouncing around like a ping pong ball.
yeah.
I had a coworker when I worked for Rite Aid, and she was an older lady, and chain smoker and coffee drinker. So she would come to work with a cup of coffee on the first break, cup of coffee, second break, cup of coffee, lunchtime, 2 to 3 cups of coffee, last break, a cup of coffee, and then when she goes in her car to either go home or to the hotel, would stop at the first 7-Eleven, Circle K, whatever was available, and get another cup of coffee. And then when she got home, would make a pot of coffee.
You know, I bet Nescafe loved her. Mind you, I always remember back in the early to mid 70s, I was reading a news report from those wonderful things called newspapers. I don't know if you ever remember them. Like some guy in America who used to drink a bottle of Coca-Cola a day.
Ooh. Okay.
And he'd been doing it for 10 years.
How much?
He went to the doctors because he was having problems in bed.
Oh,
And
okay.
the doctor turned around and he said, well, I'm not surprised. He says, you ain't having kids no more. He says, and you can blame the Coca-Cola for that. It actually put him sterile, drinking this 1 bottle of Coca-Cola a day for 10 years.
I could see that.
I mean, I was never a fan of Coca-Cola. I used to stick coins in there just to make them shiny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was about to say that they were saying like Coca-Cola is the best thing to help clean a toilet bowl.
Yeah.
The rings and stuff, the acidity in the Coca-Cola is great for that.
The original Coca-Cola. The joke was, especially when I was a kid, you could get a cube of meat, sort of like 1 inch by 1 inch,
Uh-huh.
and you could put that in a bowl and cover the meat with the Coca-Cola. Leave it for 12 hours, go back, the Coke will be there and the meat's gone.
Yeah, I can see that. And of
if
course,
if you couldn't afford drugs to get a high, you got a bottle of Coke and a couple of aspirin.
oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Over here at one time, it had to be aspirin though, nothing else.
Okay.
Aspirin.
Huh.
And it was.
I hadn't heard that one.
Yeah,
I hadn't heard that one.
Coca-Cola with a couple of these little tablets of aspirin, and apparently it gave you quite a trip.
Huh. Probably the interaction from the aspirin and whatever the ingredients are in the Coke. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And then of course, as we all know, the original Coke back when they first invented it actually had cocaine in it.
Exactly. So you can guarantee something in there was kicking in with the Coca-Cola in a way.
Oh yeah, everybody loved that Coca-Cola back then.
Oh yeah, I mean, I remember those bottles of Coke. I mean, you used to see the sailors in Hong Kong. They get the Coke and go over the bottle on a wall or something just to take the lid off, and that bloody shit was going everywhere. And you see,
Does that still work with the Coke and the aspirin?
No, I think they stopped that now. They've made sure you can't do it.
Yeah, well,
they changed the ingredients.
They had to. It was legally enforced, wasn't it? There was something in it that they said.
There was something in the original Coke formula that was bad for you. I can't remember what it was.
No, I can't.
But yeah, I do kind of remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, and they were told change it or it's off the market.
Yeah.
But they were losing out a long time. They were losing out to Pepsi.
Yep.
You remember Pepsi had that sudden surge.
Yeah.
Where you turned up and it was Coke, and all of a sudden you turned up and it was Pepsi. And you had the big argument on TV, Coke or Pepsi.
I could tell the difference. A lot of people I knew could not tell the difference between Coke and Pepsi. I could. Because there's a distinct difference. Coke to me was sweeter.
Oh, really?
And Pepsi, Coke to me was sweeter, and Pepsi had more fizz.
Oh, I see. To me, it's the opposite.
I was more Fanta and Green Spot, to be honest. Fanta Orange and Green Spot Orange. That was the two that I used to go with.
Green Spot, I'm not familiar with. That I don't think I've seen that here in the States. That could be an England thing. Green Spot. I've never heard of that one.
That was Asia.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Asia.
But the sailors from the 7th Fleet, they knew Fanta, and they also saw Green Spot because it was them actually that got me into it. Because I went up to drink, and they turned around and this bottle appeared. And it was exactly the same shape as a Coke bottle, but it had a green spot on it. And it just said on the bottom, Green Spot. Okay.
Here in SoCal for maybe about the last 3 to 5 years, the exotic candy shops or exotic food shops have been popping up, and they import a lot of stuff from Japan and stuff. You know, the 20 different flavors of Twix, and the little
Kit Kats.
Yeah, the Kit Kats, all the different flavored Kit Kats and different flavored this and
Surprisingly enough, though, right?
A
lot of Americans have been pinching from over here. It's a Scottish Iron Brew.
Oh, okay.
It used to be taking off in America for some strange reason. Americans have got this thing about Scottish Iron Brew.
Okay. Now, in England, is that where they serve the beer warm or not warm itself, but
that is a stereotypical leftover from, so we say, pre-World War II days.
Oh, okay.
When a lot of the beer was what we call on tap, and the barrel was underneath the counter.
Okay.
So it wasn't that cold. It was room temperature. But to be perfectly frank and honest, it tasted absolutely garbage. Yeah. But there you go. But I mean, there are places in Britain now that you can still go that that serve that kind of alcoholic beverage. It's not cold, it's lukewarm.
Yeah.
I mean, I can remember there's a little pub in Somerset, and there's a barrel in the corner, and you think, what's that? And the barman will walk over, he says, I'll tell you what, my boy, I'll give you a pint of that, half price, but you got to drink it. You leave it, you pay full price. And you think, what is it? You tell me. And he gets you this glass, and it's a pint, and it's green.
Yeah.
It's green. And you think, what the? And what it is, it's like rough cider. Very rough cider.
Oh.
You don't put a hydrometer in it, because you put a hydrometer in it to test the alcoholic content, the bloody thing sinks. It's that strong. And you have these old fogies that have sat there. They've been drinking this stuff for years. They sit there and drink this stuff like this. It's water.
Yeah, so they're used to it.
You're high walking, a couple of sips, and that's it. You're sitting there thinking, why is there a cliff in the middle of the bar? It's not. It is the bar. It just knocks you for 6. But that's served at room temperature. That isn't frozen. You've gone sound again. No, there's no use looking at the ceiling. Ceiling ain't going to help you. Oh, he's buggered off now. My God, it's 4:25 here.
Yeah. Well, 10, 12 here.
Well, there you go.
But yeah. So, how's your mom doing?
Not so hot, if I'm perfectly frank and honest. Not so hot.
Well, you say, I mean, is she getting any better, or is she staying the same, or?
If I'm honest, I think she's starting to slip away even more. I mean, this onset Alzheimer's just, it's insidious. It just keeps creeping up day by day.
It just keeps kicking your ass, right?
Yeah, well, when you walk through the front door and you get asked, who are you? And you've got to spend 10, 15 minutes explaining who you are. And then all of a sudden, a little light goes on and you think, oh, well, we're back in the room for now.
Yeah, well, yeah.
It's scary, but
I imagine. Like, I wouldn't know, but I could just, I bet it is. I mean, I know, I've seen specials with people that had it, so you know what the disease is.
It does, unlike when somebody dies and they're gone, just like that, No, Alzheimer's takes them away piece by piece. Day by day, a little bit here, a little bit there. So
yeah.
I find to try and keep mum going, I use YouTube and I get all the old 50s and 60s songs on. And the 50s and 60s songs play. That tends to, and surprisingly enough, one song that really does kick in and really click with her is the Japanese singer when he sings Sukiyaki.
Yeah, I've heard that song.
It's hard to believe he died in a plane crash, but yeah, as soon as he hears that song, because the tune, I think she had a music box with that tune in it, she's there, she's back in the room. It's great.
Wow. I haven't heard that song, so I'm not familiar with it.
Well,
I think I've heard it once or twice.
Well, you go on YouTube, just put in Sukiyaki, and you'll get it come up. Sukiyaki, and it's a bloke. You'll see a bloke stood there, and just listen to it because he sings it live, and it's quite cool.
Is that a 50s or 60s?
60s. I think it was 1960 when it was done for something like for the World Cup or something.
Yeah. Okay.
I think.
Yeah. Make sure you do it on YouTube, because if you Google Sukiyaki, you'll get something else.
I don't want.
I don't know. I'm not even going to ask how you know that one.
Oh my gosh, big dog!
I'm just kidding.
Well, you might be right. Who knows, right? I mean, you can be right about it. You never know what Google's going to break out.
Right, here we are. Sukiyaki by Kiyu Tsukamoto.
Okay.
The title actually means when I look up and walk.
Oh.
That's what because the real title isn't Sukiyaki. That was done for the American audience because they couldn't pronounce the correct title. And to be perfectly frank and honest,
Those damn Americans. Those damn Americans.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the original title, and there ain't no way I'm even going to attempt it because I will probably butcher it remorselessly.
I think we talked about this last week, I believe, with John Cena. Because John Cena has a new movie out on Netflix or whatever it is. And I guess they were doing a group interview with all the actors. And they asked, what's your favorite movie? And John Cena, because evidently he's showing to be more of a prankster over this last year or so. And so there, a couple of the guys, and all the guys around him look to be in their early to mid 20s. So John Cena's sitting there, and one of the guys says it, and then John Cena says, "Oh," they go, "What about you, Cena? What's your favorite movie?" And he said, "Beyond the Green Door."
Oh my gosh, did he really?
He did.
Oh my, wow.
And the thing was, it was 4 guys. So Cena's in the middle. There's 2 guys on each side. And one of the guys, the guy all the way to his far left, had this like quizzical look on his face, like he didn't know. And Cena's got this little smirk on his face. He's like, "Yeah, guys, look it up," because they're all the Green Door. Well, what, Beyond the Green Door? What's that? Blah blah blah. And he's just like, "Yeah, look it up," with a smirk on his face. And the guy at the end, I guess, tried to Google it, and he went, "Oh." Cena just starts busting out laughing, and then the guy at the end goes, "I was using the company Wi-Fi." He's like, "I've been blocked out."
Oh, jeez.
Oh, yeah.
Cena just starts laughing.
Yeah. Sukiyaki apparently was ranked the number 1 song in 1961 in Japan.
Okay.
Yeah, and it actually made the number 1 spot on the Billboard 100 in June 1963.
Oh, okay. I could see that. If it's a song I remember, I could see it hitting number 1.
Yeah,
because that was kind of a low. It's
a nice song. It's a nice song, but the guy died in 1985 in a plane crash.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. I don't know if you remember Japan Airlines Flight 501, where the tail fell off.
Yeah.
Kind of rings a bell.
Right. Well, that's the plane he was on.
Oh wow.
That was the plane he was on Flight 501, Japan Airlines Flight 501. If you look that up, you'll see it. It's a jumbo jet that suffered a tail strike, and they didn't fix the back part correctly.
Ugh. And they used it the second time it fell off. Wow.
Wow.
It went for a number of years, and then the pressure bulkhead that they hadn't repaired correctly just blew
Finally
off.
get out. Yeah.
Took the tail off. I mean, it didn't come down straight away. I think the pilots actually got the thing straight and level for, I think it was an hour or something afterwards before it actually hit the mountains.
That John Cena movie was Ricky Stanicki on Netflix.
Yeah, isn't it? No, isn't it Stanky or something like that?
Stanicki.
I thought it was. Yeah, Stanicki. There we go. So the premise of the movie, if I'm not mistaken, is when these 4 friends were kids, whenever something would go wrong, they would blame it on Stanicki, which was an imaginary friend. And now that they're grown up and in college, I guess they get in trouble and they blame it on Stanicki. And I guess whoever's in charge or blaming them or whatever says, well, he has to show up. So they hire Cena to act like this guy Stanicki, and I guess he's kind of not all there. So it's a comedy.
Yeah.
Well, but I I watched it,
Oh, did you? Okay.
and it's three guys, and
Oh,
they're
okay,
out
three
of
guys.
college, and they're, but they keep using them as an excuse.
Ah, okay, okay.
Like they used them. Well, we have to. The guy used that excuse instead of going to a baby shower or whatever. They were going to go to a baseball
Ah,
game in Atlanta or something,
okay.
and then one of the women kept kept having these questions about Stanicki, and because she thought he was imaginary. So they meet his character in Atlanta, I believe, or somewhere, and he sings like pornographic songs that are, I mean, like whatever. He has a magic
Yeah.
act, and he sings these pornographic songs, and they meet him, and he gives them their card and saying, "Well, I'm kind of an actor or whatever." So when they have to prove that Stanisky exists,
He's real.
they call him up to do it.
Ah, okay. Okay.
So then he becomes Ricky Stanicki, and and he does a good job. Cena, I mean, for the most part. I mean, it's not like.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's not going to be an Oscar movie, but yeah, like I said before, Cena looks like he's having the time of his life. He's not wrestling anymore. He's getting regular gigs. They may be direct to video, which is now direct to streaming. But he's making a healthy income. And every year or so pops in to WWE to make a special appearance, and they pay him a couple $100,000, just to be there. So I think he's just having the time of his life right now.
Yeah,
I'm just saying this movie. I mean, he was in. I mean, he wasn't too. I mean, he's pretty good in it. I mean, playing the character.
Yeah, his acting has gotten better over the years.
Well, it took The Rock how long?
Yeah.
Problems, so,
what do you mean it took The Rock how long? The Rock's still learning, isn't he?
I said, he's having his moments, but he's also had to work his way up too, like Cena's doing.
If you want to upset The Rock, just walk up and say, "Hey, how's your tooth fairy?"
Yeah, that's what.
Apparently, he hates it. If anybody mentions his tooth fairy, he goes ballistic.
Well,
I can't remember. I can't.
Bones.
Almighty, help me out here. Was that his last one as The Rock, or his first movie as Dwayne Johnson? I know it was one or the other.
Well, I can't remember. The last one is The Rock.
I think it was the last one that was The Rock, because it was WWF and whatever Columbia or whatever combined thing, and that was the last of the contract they had to fulfill. I can't
have Dwayne Johnson associated with the Tooth Fairy, right? I mean, you'd rather have a clean break, right?
True.
I mean, he was in the third Mummy film and all, wasn't he, The Rock? Yeah,
that's when he was The Rock still. Yeah, it was. And then they made the Scorpion movie.
That's the one. Yeah, the Scorpion King. That was him. Yeah.
Well, he was in the Mummy 3 as a Scorpion King, and then they made the Scorpion King movie.
Yeah.
And that was horrible.
Yeah.
Oh, I never saw that.
Horrible. Oh, I didn't see it either. It was horrible. From the little preview I saw, it was bad.
Yeah.
He did not got hit hard.
Yeah, I mean, the Scorpion King wasn't that brilliant, but, let's be honest. The Scorpion King wasn't that brilliant.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen a couple of his movies. What was it? Avalanche, or the one with the earthquake in California. That one was decent. The one with the ape, it was cute. But
have you seen the one with him when he was doing the Jumanji movie?
I saw the first Jumanji. I thought that was pretty good. But then, of course, when you have Jack Black and Kevin Hart in your movie,
to help to help carry some of the load.
Yeah,
that helps a lot.
I didn't see the second movie. Because it was the first one. It was The Rock or Dwayne Johnson, Kevin Hart, Jack Black, and Karen Gillan.
Yeah. Well, I haven't seen him either, but the trailer made him look pretty good.
The first one was good. The first one was good. The second one, I didn't see the second one, but I heard it did well. So
Well, have
I'm
you
not
heard
sure.
that it's supposed to be doing a remake of Beverly Hills Cop?
I know Beverly Hills Cop 4 will be out in July on Netflix. I do know that. I didn't hear about a reboot.
Yeah,
But
I read it somewhere that somebody
Eddie Murphy?
no,
Okay, so someone else. So they're rebooting the whole thing. Okay,
they're rebooting the
That-
whole damn shit, because as soon as I read it, I thought Murphy's a bit old to start playing a cop now.
No, but I'm thinking, who would you get to take Eddie Murphy's place?
Well, I was going to ask you the same question, actually.
I
can't think of anyone off the top of my head. I mean, let's be honest. The role is
Eddie Murphy. Yeah,
a person of ethnic origin who's a comedian. I can't really think of anybody decent.
Oh, I can't think of anybody young. The person that keeps popping in my mind, but he's too old, is Kevin Hart.
that's what I was thinking too. Yeah, but you're right. I mean, his comedies are all over Netflix. I mean, it's like he's got a contract with them or something. But his movies always entertain me. I can't.
Yeah, that is true.
But
I mean, I got to be honest. I liked all the Beverly Hill Cop films. I enjoyed them all. I thought they were quite comical.
Yeah. 3 was the worst, but yes, they were very comical. From what I've seen on the trailers of Marie and
Big Dog, Earth the Big Dog. 1, you're frozen out. 2, you sound like a demented Dalek. Sorry.
Dalek, yeah, there you go.
You sound like a demented Dalek. Instead of exterminate, it's talk to me.
Yeah. I think he froze too.
He's frozen. I mean, look at that face. I mean, that expression.
Yeah.
Belies the person behind.
Well, the only other person that he might be too old to play that would be Chris Rock.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be honest. I cannot think of an Afro-American comedian that could take that role on from Eddie Murphy. Not really.
Well, if you want to shake,
I could be wrong. I mean, I'm not up to speed on the comedians in America, but I really can't see anybody that could jump into his role. But I could be.
It's
wrong.
hard to tell until they actually do it. And
yeah,
I guess if you wanted to shake things up and go really woke, is have a white guy play Eddie Murphy.
No, it wouldn't work.
They'd get in a lot of trouble for doing that. Plus, they'd get into a lot of trouble for having a white person play Eddie Murphy's part too. So
yeah, I mean, it would not work. I mean,
no, it wouldn't work. I can't think of. It's hard to. The thing is, they'll pick somebody and go, "Oh yeah, why didn't we think of that?" Or maybe it'll be somebody new. I don't know all the young comedians out there.
No,
I mean you say young African American comedians. I do not know.
I do not know. No. I mean, it's like all the old Jackie Chan films. I mean, could you honestly see them rebooting any of those and trying to pick somebody that could take Jackie Chan's place? I couldn't see that happening either.
Yeah, but would you have him still talking like he did?
Well, I don't know.
With that Chinese, stereotypical accent, he was going, that wouldn't fly in today's world. Well, they can still reboot it and make him talk English, but not that broken.
I think the last one I saw him in, wasn't that Dragon Blade? Wasn't he in that?
I don't remember.
Yeah,
I mean, I've seen him on. They used to show him all the time on TV here in America.
I think I saw him on Dragon Blade. I'm sure I did. I'd have to double check that.
I don't. So yeah.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I know you guys have moved on, but going back to the Beverly Hills Cop thing, I agree with you guys. I can't think of any young black comedian that would fit the bill, to do that.
No, we were saying that. I mean, I honestly can't see. And Almighty said we could always get a white guy to do it. And I went, no, wouldn't work.
No.
I was being funny because you can't switch those two out.
No,
unless they switch it to a Hispanic guy.
Well,
I
yeah.
know. So there's some young Hispanic comedians I could think of that
No,
could
won't
maybe
be-
fit it, but
Fluffy wouldn't be one of them.
no.
He ain't. Yeah, no. Jackie Chan. The last one I saw him in was indeed 2015 Dragon Blade.
Okay.
Jackie Chan. He was-
Jackie's what, in his late 60s now, early 70s?
I don't know. Probably.
I thought he's 100. He's been making those movies forever.
and getting hurt in every single one of them. I used to love watching.
Oh, Jackie Chan. I was thinking Charlie Chan.
No,
Never
Jackie
mind.
Chan. He was born. Jackie
my God.
Chan
I
was
was-
born in
He was talking, I thought
1954.
that's why I kept saying we couldn't do those today. Give him with that stereotypical Chinese accent. We couldn't do any Charlie Chan movies anymore.
1954, so he's 71?
Thereabouts.
Wow.
Yeah,
So wondering
or 70. 1954, he'd be 70 this year.
Yeah.
Or he's either 69 or 70, depending if he's had his birthday yet.
But still, he's wondering he can still walk the way he's broken every bone in his body.
Oh yeah, there's a video out there. If I see it again on Instagram, I'll forward it to you guys. And he's standing at like a cinema, and he's there with his daughter, and all the whole thing on the screen are all his injuries that he's had in all of his movies. And they're showing stuff like when he would jump across the building and fall through the awnings, and they would show the accidents as they were happening and all the stuff. And his daughter just starts crying, and then you look at him and he's crying because she's crying.
Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah,
I don't know. You got to give him props. I mean, I don't know if you give him
Right.
props for not want to do all those stunts himself. I mean, it's.
yeah.
But that was kind of the Chinese way too. I mean, making those films.
Yeah.
You didn't use.
Well, his thinking was too, because I know he was directing a lot of the stuff in China. Was okay. Well, I can't express how I want this done, so I'll just do it myself. and
Right.
he
I
could.
mean, he's born in Hong Kong.
Yeah.
So most of his movies, early stuff, would be
Oh,
around the Shamshipo area, which I know because I've been there.
Yeah.
So
Just like Bruce Lee back in the day. I mean, the majority of his movies were all shot in China and Hong Kong and stuff.
yeah, Bruce Lee. I mean, I remember seeing Bruce Lee in one of his shows, doing some of his filming. But I didn't
Really?
know Bruce Lee.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I remember you did. I remember you telling that story. Yeah, I remember that.
I didn't that time. I didn't realize who Bruce Lee was, but we were going down, and they had all the road cut off, and you could see everybody lined up watching the action, and these people doing this kung fu bit, and Bruce Lee was, and you saw that guy moving. You could see him. Everything that he did, he measured out first.
Mm-hmm.
Before that camera rolled, you see him go through it all. You there, and he made sure everybody knew where they were, and he knew where they. And then they went action.
Yep.
And Jesus H, you thought, put the fucking fast forward on. This guy
Yeah, he did that so he knew how close. He knew he was placing everybody, so he knew how close to get to that punch. Because I remember he talked about how he wanted to make it look as real as possible.
Oh yeah.
And he didn't want that 6-inch gap, and then the person snaps their head. He got there, millimeters to their face.
Yeah, but you saw him lose, and when, as I said, when they said action, and they actually did it for, you thought these guys are on speed because they were just unbelievable. You think, whoa, can you do that again? I missed it. Yeah, it was out quick. Seriously, it was that damn quick.
And
But
we
then-
also want to do most of those all in one take too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think the first film of his I saw was Way of the Dragon.
Oh, okay. Ooh, good one to start with.
Yeah, that's
I
a
think
good
the first one I
introduction.
saw was Way of the Dragon, and that was cool. But him and Chuck Norris had a had an ongoing thing for a long
Yes.
time.
Yeah. As much as I love Chuck Norris thought he could beat Bruce Lee, and I'm like, no,
No.
I'm sorry, no way in hell.
No, they've actually got. There's a film actually where Bruce Lee is stood, and there's another guy, and he says, "I'm going to make you go down." He says, "And I'm not going to touch you." And this guy says, "No." He says, "I'm a black belt in, I think it was in judo or karate or something." He says, "You can't get through." And Bruce Lee just makes a move, and this guy's flat in his ass. He went, "Told you."
Yep.
He could make you do stuff
Mentally. Yep.
because he was that you knew what you were facing. I think if Norris had taken him on, I think Bruce Lee would have wiped the floor with Chuck Norris.
Well, the one I thought I found interesting was, of course, he met Kareem Abdul-Jabbar when he was Lou Alcindor at UCLA in the late '60s because they both went there. Bruce Lee was studying, I forgot what, and of course, Kareem was there, playing basketball, and they got to know each other, and they used to actually spar and not hold back because Kareem, since he was 7'2" and had that length, he actually gave Bruce Lee problems because Bruce Lee kept trying to get by the arms and the legs, so they would actually do full contact. Because he was also training Lou Alcindor in Bruce Lee's way of fighting, so they would train and do full contact. And he said it was Kareem would say later on it was the best time he ever had because he could actually go all out and knew the guy that he was fighting could take care of himself. And Bruce would on the other side, Bruce was trying to figure out, okay, if I ever have to fight a guy this size, for real, this is how I'm going to do it. So
I would take the guy out. Yeah.
Yeah. So they both learned off of each other. But and I've talked about this one before. The most incredible video I've ever seen of Bruce Lee. I've seen his 1-inch punch ones. I've seen the 3-inch punch. I've seen the 2-finger push-ups. But for me, the one that's so incredible on the hand-eye coordination was when he's playing 2-on-1 table tennis, and they're two. I guess they're both players from UCLA, the table tennis team, and he's playing them and keeping up, but he's not using a paddle. He's using his nunchucks, to bat the ball back.
Really?
And he does not miss a beat. And these guys are barely keeping up with him.
Yeah, I've seen.
Well, I haven't seen that one at all, Big Dog.
Oh, that one is great. It's in black and white. It's kind of grainy, but he's just tap, tap, tap every single one. He returns every single one.
I've seen one. It was in Hong Kong years and years ago, and late '68, early '69, where he was on a program on Chinese TV, and they said about these nunchucks. How fast could he actually use these things?
Oh man!
And he just went for it, and you thought, where are they? You couldn't see them; they were moving that damn quick, and you thought that hits somebody, they're gone. They're not going to be in this world much longer because he was just so. But hey, that was the man. He was a hell of a bloody actor. Got to say that he was one hell of a guy.
And passes away from an allergic reaction.
Well, yeah.
To whatever it was that he took. I forgot what the girl gave him.
Yeah, but
I thought they still didn't know what killed him.
I'm sorry?
I thought they didn't know what killed him.
No, he had a severe allergic reaction. He had a headache, and he was at one of the actresses' houses, and she said, "Here, take this," and it was some sort of pain medication or pain reliever. Prescribed, and I guess one of the ingredients in there he was allergic to.
Oh,
so he took the pills. Yeah, so he took the pills and went to sleep, and he just never woke up. It was like an anaphylactic shock type of thing, because she left him alone because she figured, I'll leave him alone. He's got a headache. I'll leave him. I'll check in on him in a few hours.
All right, I did not know that. I thought for the longest time they didn't know what killed him.
Yeah, no, that's what it was. And of course, what I was young at the time when he passed, and of course, all the rumors, all the conspiracy theorists, of course, he didn't die. He was still alive. He was hanging out with Elvis. He was hanging out with Elvis,
Yeah.
Well, he is.
and and the other one was, the Chinese triad, had him killed, and it took 15 guys to take him out. All these stories are just floating around. But what I do remember is, I guess the one big conspiracy was that he wasn't dead, and that 10 years after, on the anniversary of his death, he was supposed to come back. And I remember the local news agencies actually were talking about it, because it was like 2 days before the 10th anniversary. And they brought it up saying, well, if Bruce Lee is alive, he'll be coming back in 2 days, or blah, blah, blah. And of course, the day came and passed.
Yeah. Well, I thought it was a great misjustice later on when I found out that he didn't get the part to play that kung fu series that he came up with.
Oh yeah, kung fu. Yeah, they gave it to David. Was it David?
Yeah,
David Carradine.
Yeah,
David Carradine.
He was too Chinese.
Who? Bruce Lee.
Bruce Lee. They say Bruce Lee was too Chinese for the part.
You don't know about a Chinese. I watched it when I was young, so I did not know about.
Same here. Yeah, I didn't find out till I was an adult that it's Bruce Lee that came up with it, and then they didn't give it to him.
Yeah, and they're like, oh man, that sucks.
Well, it sucks, but then again, if you think about it, would Bruce Lee really have fitted the part? Thinking on the series, the way it was written and the way it was, I don't think it would have suited Lee.
Well,
it suited Carradine, but I don't think it would have suited Lee to do it.
See, and for me, I understand exactly what you're saying, but for me, my actual question would be, would it have still been written that way if Bruce Lee was playing the part?
True.
So
because we would have had more input if he would have.
Yeah. Knowing the way that Bruce Lee operated.
Yeah.
It might
exactly. Yeah.
Differently, but Carradine, I suppose, just went with the flow because he was happy to get rid of it. I mean, it was a good series, but it hasn't dated well.
None of those do. Just like I say now, when they have Bonanza come on TV here, just before it comes on, it says, this show was taped in the 60s and does not reflect the ideas of today. So some may be, offended. So if you're easily offended, do not watch.
Yeah,
and every single day comes on.
I mean, it's like they've just done that, believe it or not, to Mary Poppins.
Really?
Yeah. Mary Poppins has had its universal rating removed from it because of language used between, let's get this right, Dick Van Dyke and Julie Andrews during the part where they do the sweep, the thing on about the sweep.
The chimney sweep.
Yeah, there's a to and fro between Andrews and Van Dyke, and there's language used, and Disney has removed it. It's now a PG.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
Really?
Mary Bloody Poppins, really?
Plus, you guys, it's Disney too, so yeah, it's.
I mean, they'll be picking on bloody Sound of Music next.
Yeah.
Sound of Music, Gone with the Wind. Jeez.
That's always been. Gone with the Wind is. Oh, it's really been. It's been hammered already. I mean, because
Gone with the Wind is a no-no.
It sympathizes with the South. The burning of Atlanta wasn't that bad, okay. But, and plus you have rich, they're rich, and they're, and it's about the burning of Atlanta and how they get affected and all that.
I should send these people this form. I found it online and I printed it. It is called the Hurt Feelings Report.
What? Get out of here.
For who?
So it's just like a joke, I guess. It's a hurt feelings. It says to use this form, it must be physically placed in the hands of any law enforcement officer, whatever. Principal purpose: to assist whiners in documenting hurt feelings. Routine uses: whiners should use this form to seek sympathy from someone who cares. Disclosure: disclosure is voluntary. However, repeated whining may lead to your file being stamped "candy ass" or some other appropriate term. And then the administrative data is whiner's name, whiner's age, whiner's sex, date of the report, type of when whining had to be used. The second is the incident report part of it. It says date the feelings were hurt, time of hurtfulness, location of hurtful comments. It says, was anybody sympathetic to the whiner?
Yeah, that's gonna be a joke.
Name of person who hurt your candy ass feelings. How long did you whine, and which feelings were hurt?
Wow.
And it just goes on. There's like different stuff to check off. This was a good one. It says reason for filing this report. Mark all that apply. I'm thin-skinned. I'm a wimp. I have a woman, but I have woman man-like hormones. I'm a crybaby. I want my mommy. The department needs to fix my problems. My feelings are easily hurt. I did not sign up for this. I was told that I'm not a hero. The weather is too cold. 2 beers is just not enough. My hands shouldn't be in my pockets. I was not offered a tissue. Someone requested a tissue. And the last one is all of the above and more.
Well,
I saw it. It was too good. I had to print it.
Yeah,
Well, the sad part is that a Gen Zero would think it's serious.
Oh, definitely.
So I mean, and maybe a younger millennial. I mean, a younger millennial would find it that way too. But
I was actually gonna send it to my middle daughter, but then thought better of it because, well, no, the reason why I said my middle daughter is because my middle daughter is in charge of the HR in her company. It's a shipping company she works for, and she's the head of HR.
right.
So I was gonna send it to her as a joke, but then at the same time, I'm like, okay, what if someone sees it and she's HR? This, it's not a course something. So I was like, no, don't do that.
Yeah, you can imagine what's going to go on down there, don't you?
Yeah. So I was like, no, I won't send it to her.
Maybe give it to her at
Interesting,
home
though,
when
isn't it?
she's at your pad, or does she live with you?
Not my middle. No, my oldest lives with me.
Okay, well, when she comes over, you can give it.
Yeah, I can show it. I can show it to her. Yes.
Yeah,
But yeah, I don't want her to have it. I don't
That
want
way
it on
you
her
can-
phone or
that way you
computer or
can-
nothing.
Then you can see the expression on her face as she reads it too. It'd be kind of.
Oh,
that way-
she would just shake her head. I already know her.
You don't have to get
Well, this is at the point where we had reached the 1 o'clock, Or-
Okay.
and it's up to all of us if we want to continue or if we just want to call it a day. Because
I would say call it a day because I'm pretty sure Anime Girl's got things to do and her mom to visit, of course.
Yeah, unfortunately, I got to get down there, sort her out.
so, let me ask you this real quick, Anime Girl. Did you want to do a waffle tomorrow or skip it?
At this precise moment, I would say for now, skip it because I don't know what Liz is doing. I
Okay.
honestly don't know what Liz is doing. She's
I'm just saying, if you do, well, if you two find out, I will schedule it and we can do it.
yeah. I mean,
But
I've got to get hold of Michael anyway because he's going to take me through all the controls on how to present and open up programs and everything.
Oh, okay.
So I should be able, because the last time we all did a waffle, everybody buggered off. There's only yours truly on the screen, and I'm sitting there thinking, how the hell?
And you can't end the show.
Yeah.
And in the end, I had to come off the bloody program, go onto Facebook, and get a hold of Roger and go, "Can you turn the program off, please?" He went, "What are you talking about?" I went, "Go onto Facebook, go onto Waffle, you'll see we're still live." He said, "Well, what can't one of the others switch them off?" I said, "Well, no,
They
'cause
left.
they've all gone."
Okay.
Oh, too funny.
So Michael's going to show you how to go through how to set up a program, how to set up a show and all that stuff. All right.
He's gonna. Apparently, he's got a seat that I can have that will get me onto the seat onto this lot, so I can do it myself.
All right. That's cool. That's cool.
So
But like I said,
I will have the privilege of having the button.
oh my. Oh, all right. You'll
So
be an
when
admin
people-
then.
Yeah, when people say they've upset me, you see, I can press the button and put them back in the green.
Jeez.
Big dog, your name's on the top.
That's okay. Since I'm admin too, I can put myself right back in.
Yep, we're gonna upset a whole lot of people with that. You know.
Oh, jeez. All three of us.
Yeah, we'll all be put in the bloody green room knowing us. Roger will be sitting there going, cancel, 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 cancel.
Yeah, I'm surprised Roger didn't throw me into the green room 500 times by now. But some of the crap I say. But
Right.
anyway,
I'll see you happy people later. And hope
Right.
All right, tell your mom hi.
yep. Tell her we said hi.
Oh, I always tell her you say hi.
Say hi to the king too.
Oh, I'll try it so hard. It depends what he's doing at the time.
Let
Adios.
Biggers. Yeah. All right. Take care.
Take care.